This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning, welcome to the fourth and final day here at the Kia Oval between Surrey and Lancashire in this county championship clash. Yesterday, a most unsatisfying day. It rained for almost the entirety of it. They got about 40 minutes in where Lancs were able to add 22 runs, but they did lose a wicket along the way, that of Luke Wells, bowled by Jordan Clark. Jennings is there on 9, Bohannon's there on 9. Lancs require 214 runs to make Surrey bat a second time. The home side need 9 wickets, and if they can do that, they'll take full points from this fixture. Let's see the highlights from day 2 and the brief bit of play we got yesterday, then into live action on a lovely morning in South London. Hosting Hampshire. Oh, left alone. Given. When shouldering arms, you're always running that risk, and Will Williams loves to keep the stumps in play. Early breakthrough for the visitors, Surrey, 86 for 1. For the visitors, Surrey, 86 for 1. 2 back for the short ball. But instead he's able to drive. He checks the shot to the long boundary and times it well enough to reach it as well. There's the square of the two men in action, and it brings up a well-made half-century for the captain, Rory Burns. That'll get him off the mark. Not completely convincing. I mean, there was a shout of catch. It was a moot point because it was never going to land with mid-wicket. And he's caught behind. Balderson. First over for him on day 2, a successful one.
Gone over the top, Will Jacks, no mucking around, that's gone all the way. Yeah, that's what Jacks was looking for earlier in the over. Made decent connection this time round, on the up. Short boundary, runs away across those.
Short boundary attack straight away, hitting with the shape and the swing of the ball, no protection on the rope. Up-ish, but that's the way he plays. Through the line, long boundary, 4 more. So 9 runs from the over. Bisecting the 2 out on the long boundary with a minimum of fuss. Rory Burns into position so early. Catches the call. Out towards deep cover. It will go all the way. What a bizarre thing to describe there. Short boundary.
Underway.
Smacked the cover. Just when Lancashire needed to change the game.
Then they will stay in the game. They don't want that though. Angled into the pads and just a tickle.
Burns' mind.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Just lets it run off the face. He knows exactly what he's doing. Pronounced. He's in again. And beautifully stroked through the covers. All timing and class. Fist bump and off he walks for his lunch.
That's a classic Burns shot. Set your watch to it. Room outside the off stump. Edged and falls short of first slip and runs away for a second boundary in the over. Now he takes it on and it's going to be 4. It's going to take him to 89. It's all the way along the carpet, but it might even be a Q-ender or near enough to it with Balderson setting it well outside the off stump.
19-year-old child.
Oh, that's better. And by better, I mean that was in control. He knew exactly what he was doing there, Burns. Played it late, under his eyes, and played it through about 4th slip. They were going to try and keep some back, and it got a run. Burns through mid-wicket. Loves it there as well. Minimum of fuss across his stumps. Might go. Does go. Dragged over the rope means Burns is up to 98. It might be this ball. Past mid-on. Past the stumps. And they will return for 2. Rory Burns has looked the goods from the get-go, really. It's been a fine innings. His second 100 of the season. His 12th here at the Kia Oval.
Driven nicely down the ground by Ben Folkes. Glorious shot. That'll be his 4th boundary. He moves on to 20. That also brings up the Surrey 200. Driven firmly again by Folkes. That'll be 4 more. And it's a shot that takes Surrey into the lead.
As that is presenting itself.
Flicked nicely past mid-wicket from Rory Burns. It's another one that races away to the shorter boundary. That's flicked away fine by Rory Burns. It's 4 more. Aspinwall strays a bit too leg side. Flicked in front of square. And that's another one that runs away to that very short leg side boundary.
Aspinwall to continue. Well, it's a shot that Burns just loves playing. We see him play off the back foot behind square.
As much of him as anyone has in the last 2 or 3 years. That you can't...
Sorry, that requires remarking upon.
It does.
A leg stump half volley, perhaps. If you're going in that direction, you're probably going for 6 with big bats. Clips in that direction, gets himself 4. Folks getting to the pitch. Doing it with real class. Cricket is concerned. Cover driven for 4. And that'll be Folkes' 50 as well. He came in at the moment where Surrey just needed to consolidate before lunch, having lost 3 wickets in the session. Well,
to Wales.
Well, there it is. Burns gets down on one knee and deposits that several rows back. That's shorter, and that's 4 more. Wells not getting his length right on that occasion. Folkes uses his feet really nicely and picks up 4, just beats the man running across. Burns on one knee again, and it's 4 more. He's looked to sweep any time the spinners have erred full. Burns 1 hit away from 150. And that'll be it. Back-to-back 4s for Rory Burns. Brings up his first 150 for Surrey in 6 years. What a knock it has been. And that's the shot that Nathan was talking about. It's the first 6 of the innings for Rory Burns.
Shot. It's punched into the onside. Probably will just beat the man. Yes, it does. Short boundary, well timed. Been a feature.
And you can be...
Make that 4 more.
Another boundary to take into 80. Short boundary. Types of bats that are used in the short rope.
Bowled him. Finally a breakthrough for Lancashire. George Balderson breaches the defence of Ben Folkes, who falls for an excellent 82. An outstanding partnership between himself and his captain Rory Burns. Short and pulled straight to mid-on, who takes a very good catch. Will Williams, who's been Lancashire's leading man with the ball, pulled over mid-wicket, and Rory Burns reaches 200. He takes off. No, he doesn't.
Rory Burns.
Now he does. Takes off his helmet, acknowledges the members in the pavilion.
Rory Burns was the one just to steady the ship.
That little bow from Rory Burns, recognising his double 100, highest score for Surrey, 227, which has been the defining contribution of this match so far. Surrey made 444 for 9 declared in their first innings. And they've got 9 wickets to go here on the final day after day 3 was largely washed out. Sam Curran. Ball in hand and shout first ball. Sliding down the leg side. Adam Collins with you. And I'll be setting up the day with Yas Rana from Wisden Cricket Monthly and Wisden.com across the way here in the Bedser stand. Good morning to you.
Morning, Colo. The weather we've had in the last few days has been baffling. Barely got in the park yesterday. I think we did well to get the number of overs we ended up getting. And today is another beautiful morning, backing up what it was like on day 2.
So 3 slips. With Curran bowling from the pavilion end. So for Jennings, the offside's the short rope. And yesterday, you mentioned in the intro before, 22 runs across, I think it was 9.4 overs or something like that. Most frustrating, the way it all played out. We had to wait until, gosh, it must have been 4:30 by the time we actually got on. Then another storm hit. It was quite a heavy one, and that was it. That was stumps. They did lose 1 wicket, though. Luke Wells was bowled by Clark. That was in Clark's second over. It was 9 for 1, and this pair past the edge, bit of movement. Got them to the close at 26 for 1. So Lancashire need a further 214 runs to make Surrey bat a second time. It would take something very special to put Surrey under any pressure in said second innings, given they're this far behind, and it's a 96 over day. We're not, sorry, 90. Oh, it's an interesting quirk there. Yes, 96.5 left on the bottom of the screen. No, that must be a blip. It's a 96 over day. Sorry, 98 overs, I should say. There you go, confusing myself with what's on the screen. There's the first run of it. Jennings in the double figures. So there'll be lunch at 1, tea at 3:40, and then we'll play until when we play. And the
huge day, not just here at the Kia Oval, but more broadly at the top and bottom of Division 1.
Yeah.
You've got a really interesting game between Hampshire and Essex that has been more affected by the weather than we have here. They've basically just had 1 and a bit days play. On paper, it looks like that game is miles away from result, but given where those two guys are in the table, in 3rd and 4th at the moment, no threat of relegation.
Set it up. Nice day. Plenty of time. End of the over, 27 for 1. Ignore the scoreboard on the bottom of the screen. That hasn't caught up. So Jennings 10, Bohannon on 9. This pair have put on 18. so far. So you can imagine a scenario where let's go to their scorecard and see. Let's imagine a scenario. We've got a bit to get through in our half an hour together, Yas, but we may as well start with how a result might be manufactured. So Essex declared with 2 balls left in the 110th over. They were 438 for 8 at the time, so the possibility of them getting an extra point, they needed 2 sixes, but they were able to deny Hampshire the 3rd bowling point by pulling out with 2 balls to go, which I thought was terrific. Some people on one of the forums I read was getting cross. I'm like, it's the whole name of the game. It's the acquisition of points and denying your opponent points. And 42 for 1 Hampshire in reply. So how would we do this? It would be a declaring behind situation, clearly. Maybe 2 declarations. Dan Worrall's getting first opportunity from our Vauxhall end. Maybe if they got to within 250 and then they pulled out, then Essex declared at 0 for 0. We might get a chase that way.
Yeah, I guess at the moment Essex rather would... from their point of view, it would not be totally unrealistic to take 19 Hampshire wickets and just win by an innings in normal circumstances today. But if Hampshire start well, we could see declaration bowling, then a Hampshire declaration, then an Essex declaration.
Could be one of those rare situations where they don't need to worry about declaration bowling. Just looking at the overs to go there at Southampton. Like if they can go at a decent clip this morning, or even just a general, let's call it a run rate of 3.5 or something like that. How long would it take them to get 250 behind from there? They're 396 behind. So 150 runs in, let's say, 40-odd overs leaves them 55 overs for 250 to chase. That's about right, isn't it? In terms of the competitive balance between the sides, you'd need those overs to get the 10 wickets. Surely you'd need to have you couldn't leave 40 overs. 55 would feel about right, about okay. And from the batting side's perspective, being asked to chase any more than 5 and over is too risky. So 4.5. I think we've got ourselves a ball game there.
Yeah, and I think it's worth stressing it's very much a Middlesex Yorkshire final day of the 2016 season scenario where a draw doesn't really do a lot for either side.
Yes.
Surrey started this round of fixtures 23 points ahead of Somerset in second place, and I think 29 ahead of Essex in third, and a couple more ahead of Hampshire in fourth. So with Surrey going well here, if you don't win in that fixture, then suddenly you're pushing 40 points back with just a handful of rounds to go. Somerset in second place, as I mentioned earlier, they're very much behind the 8 ball at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 279 runs ahead with 5 second innings wickets in hand. So that's why it's such an important day for all those 4 teams, but for Surrey here, there's a scenario in which they could be pretty much 40 points clear at the top of the table if things go their way today.
Yeah, if there is a draw at Southampton, and if Somerset don't get up, and it's so unlikely Somerset would. Indeed, if Somerset lost, because Warwickshire are so far down that they're no threat to Surrey. And Surrey collected 7 of the available bowling and batting points. Didn't get the last batting one. They missed out on that. So they could get a 23-pointer here, and they were already 23 points ahead into the over. 27 for 1 the score. Okay, so that's where we're at in the championship. We'll keep an eye on that throughout the day. On our broadcast team today, Phil Walker is joining us. Ben Gardner is part of the action. And Cam Ponsonby's floating about as well. So we'll have a busy team here. Nathan Johns as well. Be bringing you all the action from the Kia Oval, but around the grounds and indeed around the country. So there's been quite the result. We're talking about final day results and results being set up in games of cricket. Rawalpindi, which is the flattest pitch I've ever seen in the flesh. I went to a test match there a couple of years ago where it was criminal how hard it was for the fast bowlers to extract anything. Well, Bangladesh have pulled off a heist to go 1-0 up, of course being hosted by Pakistan. That test match went Pakistan 448 for 6 declared, Bangladesh 565. I mean, you're getting a result from there, I don't know, 1 in 30 times from that situation or something like that. And then in Pakistan's second innings, they were rock and rolled for 146 in just 56 overs, doing the damage there. Mehdi Hassan, one of my faves, 4 for 21.
Just watching some of the highlights of that Pakistan collapse, you could look at that scorecard and think, what's the pitch suddenly done on day 5? Not a lot, to be honest. There's a little bit more in it for the spinners, but it was more of an implosion from the Pakistan batters. Saud Shakil, who's had his incredible start to his Test career, coming down the wicket on naught to Shakib, stumped, prompts a collapse. And also going back to the first innings, that declaration.
Yeah. In 113
premature.
Overs. Does in hindsight, doesn't it? Using the pace, not able to beat backward point. Yeah, you've batted in that situation for less than 4 sessions and pulled out 6 wickets down with Shaheen Shah Afridi having clobbered 29 in 24 balls. Let him go. And batting with Riz. Riz once on 171 at the time.
Shades of England at Edgbaston last year.
Don't mention the war and all that, right? Yeah, but there is, I suppose. Although in that on that day, I kind of supported the England declaration. A lot didn't in hindsight, but I'm still with them. I like the idea of getting a look at David Warner early that night with the new ball. I thought that was a measured risk. Anyway,
Ben Gardner will come on later on this morning, and you'll hear from him and his thoughts on the Pakistan declaration. But I was talking to him before the start of play this morning, and he made the point that Shah Massood, as Pakistan captain, has clearly watched what England have done and likes it, but potentially they don't quite understand exactly how to execute it.
Well, he did talk about it a lot. I interviewed Shan last year before the first test at Perth when they were playing Australia, and he was quite bullish about this. He didn't want to call it Shan ball or anything quite like that. That might be a bit of overkill. But the jargon was the Pakistan way. That was what they were saying at the time. Now they've had a whole bunch of off-field drama since then. They've changed coaches in all formats. They've changed director of cricket twice.
Chairman.
They've changed chairman. Well, I don't know how many times the chairman's been changed since then. At least a couple as well. So whether that is the through line that Shah Massood still wants them playing an upbeat tempo, an up-tempo version of the game, I'm not sure. But that would hint at it, going at 4s, pulling out a little bit early and trying to get going. But the problem was Bangladesh batted for 2 days.
Exactly. And when England, you mentioned the test match that you were at in 2022, Australia, Pakistan. England saw what that test match looked like, and they said, we need to score 600 runs and score them as quickly as possible.
That's right. Most of them in one day. Here's Curran, who was part of that squad. Didn't play. Ends his over, 28 for 1.
Yeah, so England scored 500 runs in that first day, but only 75 overs were bowled. They ended up scoring around about 600, and I think England viewed that series that these pitches are really flat, so how do we inject time into the test match? And with Rizwan and Shaheen scoring at the rate that they're going, that's putting time into the game. If guys are scoring at pretty much 6 runs and over, that is injecting time into the game. So I think a slight miscalculation there from Shah Massood opened up the possibility to what ended up happening, but still it's extraordinary, even given that declaration, that Bangladesh managed to force through the victory.
Oh, that's just a damn Worrall set and forget, isn't it? I mean, that's broken. That's broken like a wrist spinner. We'll see a replay of it, I'm sure. But Bohannon had to play that line because we know that Worrall's variety is the wobble seam that comes back towards the stump. So he's got no option to leave that. Maybe we don't get a replay. Oh, no, yes, we do. Here it is. Seeing here on the angle. Play that. That's as good as you see in world cricket.
But Bohannon hasn't got anywhere near that.
Nah.
He's holding his line.
I suppose they do say that, don't they, experienced opening bats, that when the ball is moving and shaping, you've just got to trust the line of the stump that you're playing down. You can't be tempted into following the ball with your blade or with your wrists.
Yeah, but I guess worth clarifying that was a compliment, saying that Bohannon wasn't anywhere near that, because he's defending the initial line of the ball, then the ball shapes away and he's stuck to his guns, he knows where his off stump is, he's protecting his wicket and doesn't get duped into following the ball.
Deep backward point out. Well in behind it, Bohannon, excellent player. Surrey make a Roses 100 back in 2021, I reckon. It was it felt like a test match. It went all the way till the final half an hour. A whole bunch of guys playing in that game who'd go on to play for England or had played for England. And it was a test pitch. It felt like a test pitch. And Bohannon made a really classy 100. So did Jennings, actually. They both made centuries on on the third day actually it was, and set the game up for Lancs on the final day. And ultimately it was won by Saqib Mahmood, who's not playing this week, with reverse swing, and Matt Parkinson, who's no longer at the club.
Did you guys talk about the incredible Keaton Jennings stat on yesterday's broadcast?
I think that it's been explained to me how Andrew Sampson might have responded to it when you put it to him.
So
are we there?
We are there now.
Is this the number?
So he's just passed it.
Oh no!
We missed it by 3 runs.
Oh
so
no!
I think it was probably reached last night. But when Keaton Jennings got to 7 not out in this innings, he got to 5,000 first-class runs for Lancashire at an average of exactly 50. Exactly 50. And in the history of Lancashire County Cricket Club, let me just get the numbers up.
He's probably watching Samo. That's the sort of stuff he dims the lights for. Just puts on a bit of mood music.
So the only players in the history of Lancashire County Cricket Club to have scored 5,000 first-class runs at a higher average are Stuart Law, 7,845 runs at 55.63.
Played just for one. Keeps the strike 29 for one. They still need 211 runs from here to make Surrey bat a second time. That doesn't seem right to me. I think that number's off. I know it is right. Sorry, they've caught up. My apologies. Okay, crack on. Sorry.
And John Crawley, 10,533 runs at 51.13.
Right.
So only 2 players in Lancashire's history have got to 5,000 runs with a better average than Keaton Jennings. I mean, it's an extraordinary run since joining the club a few years ago.
Yeah.
To average 50 opening the batting in England over that substantial a time frame. You know, I actually think that one of the benefits that someone like a Jamie Smith has had at the moment is coming into an England team that's pretty settled, so that those guys getting their first England chances are doing so when they're more established and more comfortable in their own game. But you forget there are players like Jennings, players like Sibley, who actually were really quite young when they last played for England.
And with Jennings it was complicated yet further by the pandemic. You might remember that he went to Sri Lanka in early 2020. I think I'm right in saying with a view to playing. Like, I don't think he was making up the numbers in that England squad. I think there was a view that he demonstrated in Sri Lanka in 2018 and in India in 2016, 17, sorry, that he was so capable against the spinning ball that horses for courses, there was a decent chance he'd play Test cricket there, having been omitted after the 2018 series at home against India. His final test was out here with Alistair Cook when he played his final match. And to think how his numbers have swelled since then, and how he really does look the senior player, doesn't he? The senior opener around the country. But hasn't been afforded a second chance, or a third chance it would be. Was he in one of the squads, was he not? Was he in one of the squads over the winter and didn't play?
He went to Pakistan in late 2022.
Right, there you go. Just in front of the square leg umpire, across the practice wickets, timed it well enough to reach the rope, but doesn't quite get there. Sudharsan out there on with the work to do, herring across the square, and just dragged it in time. Good piece of fielding.
No, I spoke to Keaton Jennings just before the start of this season, and he said that he was in a bit of a rut around 2019, so just before the pandemic. By his standards, he had a pretty quiet year. He had a year where he went without reaching 3 figures in the championship, and he referenced a couple of things that helped change his perspective to batting. One was he was doing a master's degree.
That's right.
And that gave him just a different perspective and sort of appreciating other aspects of life and not putting too much onus on what he's doing with a cricket bat in his hand. And he just sort of started playing with a bit more freedom, and the return started coming to him. So since the pandemic, his record is even better than his overall Lancashire record. So in 2021 he averaged 48. In 2022 he averaged 72. 2023 53. Then averaged 52 over the winter for the Lions against India A, and 63 again in 2024. So a really long period of time now, he has been the standout opening batter on the domestic scene.
And he finished that 2022 with a 199 against Surrey at Old Trafford, and made a couple of other big hundreds that year. 318 against Somerset, which was record breaking. That was over at Southport. But yeah, he kind of laid a marker then, didn't he, in 2022 that, you know, come and get me. It was 2 good years in a row, 33 for 1. And I wonder, it's a good point about the NBA. Like, I wonder, like, just having other things in cricketers' lives that do require a lot of... obviously, everyone's got hobbies, right? But other areas of endeavour that require you to give your all to it. Like, you can't sort of half do an MBA, can you? Not at any meaningful level. And, you know, maybe to an extent, the same applies to Josh Bohannon, who continued working as an electrician whilst playing for Lancashire, had another job and kept his trade on the side. I think he was helping fix up all the guys' houses, wasn't he? I think that was the story at the time, that he was still doing other things whilst progressing in the Lancashire ranks. Because that's the way... Oh, let's move back towards Jennings. One hand off the bat. Worrall starting the over with a good question there.
So, I mean, I spoke to Nathan Souter a couple of weeks ago, who's sort of the misfit in the Oval Invincible sides that has gone back to back. He's basically the only guy who's not played international cricket or will play international cricket in that lineup. And he said something along the lines of, I'm not an Adam Zampa, I'm not a Sam Curran. When I'm done playing cricket, I will probably have to mow a lawn or clean a toilet or something. Those guys will never have to work again.
Ambitious from Worrall there.
And that you sort of forget that actually a lot of professional cricketers are in that boat, and having an appreciation for other stuff away from the game must help you in some ways, because it takes the pressure off a little bit.
Yeah, I think it would be liberating if you've got, you know, some other career that's running side by side. It's not always possible, right? But Jennings clearly found the space for this area of intense study. Presumably that was after he was an England player as well, if he was doing it as recently as a couple of years ago. Oh, look at that! Dan Worrall has done that a number of times this season. Batters who are seeing balls come down and thinking, gee, got to shoulder arms to it, but it's the deception, it's the movement, it's the class of the man. It's 33 for 2. Jennings is gone. He's castled for 13.
Yeah, just as we were bigging him up, shoulders, arms to delivery from Dan Worrall. That is really... We're used to seeing Worrall get considerable movements through the air, but that has come in off the pitch as well as through the air. Sharp inward movement. Full length from Worrall. Jennings left it on line. He looks back at his stumps. He can't believe that that's hit the stumps. From where that pitched...
I mean, it's the stuff you dream of as a fast bowler. Hitting the top of off stump. You are trained to do exactly that. But changing the angle in the case of Worrall there, bowling to a player in Jennings who, as we've been discussing, is so formidable at this level. And as I say, it's not the first time Worrall's had that happen to him this year. Normally it's right-handers who are letting him go, and it's the variation. It's the wobble seam ball that gets the better of them after a series of outswingers. That is just prodigious movement from a guy who has the Duke's ball on a string, on a guy who will have the chance to have an international career again as of next April, and who would rule it out when he can do stuff like that? Change of bowler here. So my apologies. Surrey's wickets are brought to you by C&C Insurance Brokers.
That wicket brings Rocky Flintoff to the crease in first-class cricket for just a second time. He looked good in the first innings.
Edged and gone first ball. Worrall's on a hat-trick. Surrey are right into them now. Lancs losing wickets from consecutive deliveries there, 33 for 3. Flintoff, a golden duck in the second innings of his first-class debut. Worrall with a tempter. He's on a hattie.
Well, we complimented Josh Bohannon a couple of overs ago for leaving a very similar ball to that alone and doing very well not to follow it. It's another ball where Worrall gets to really move away from the right-hander, and Flintoff just follows it after it pitches and offers a difficult catch to Ben Folkes behind the stumps, who takes it in front of first slip.
You do feel for him getting a ball that's moving like that first up, don't you? I mean, we're watching the replay here from behind, and it does look like it's in that 4th, 5th stump channel. Of course, he can leave it with the benefit of hindsight, but again, it's what Worrall does. He has the ability to make players play at balls they otherwise might leave alone, and the reverse is true as well, what we saw with Jennings only a few moments ago, and now he's on a hat-trick in the same way that Clark was earlier in the match.
Yeah, in isolation, you look at where Flintoff has edged it and you think, oh, why is he playing at that? But the context of where Worrall releases the ball from, wide of the crease, angling into the stumps, and then moving away so late, as a batter, you feel like you have to get your bat down and protect your stumps, because as we saw with Keaton Jennings, the previous ball before, Worrall is perfectly capable of getting balls to just hold its line and then attack the stumps. So the batter feels like he has to play at it. And the mistake there for Flintoff was, unlike Bohannon in the previous over, he just followed the ball. Such a difficult skill facing new ball bowling of this class. And Dan Worrall on a hat-trick.
He sure is. Surrey's wickets for C&C Insurance Brokers. 2 in 2 balls, 4 slips in the cordon. Hurst, the man waiting. Worrall, away from us. In behind it, out towards mid-wicket. All the crowd thought decent charts here. Seeing something special. They don't come along too often. Worrall's been on a hat-trick several times this season.
He's had an extraordinary season. Leading wicket taker in Division 1 of the County Championship. 39 wickets at 15. 15.38.
I mean, I know we've banged on about this throughout the season, but, you know, when India rock up next year, 5 test matches in about 6.5 weeks, isn't it? Squeezed out towards deep backward point for 1. 5 tests in a hurry. It's improbable you have the same 3 or 3.5 quicks playing all 5 test matches. That's the first thing I'd say. And then you've got Australia straight after. It's a recipe for niggles, and we'll talk about one niggle in a sec, actually, with Mark Wood being ruled out of the rest of the series overnight with a calf strain, and Josh Hull being brought into the England squad for the first time. But if you've got a group of bowlers that you're assembling trying to beat what is most of the time the best test team in the world away from home in India, gosh, Dan Worrall eligible as of April. Just got to put him in the squad, don't you? You've just got to have him there, ready to roll if you wish. He's going to be 33 at the time, far from past it, at the peak of his powers, and with the Duke's ball, he's a phenom.
Yeah, I think in profile, he's incredibly similar bowler to Chris Woakes.
Hurst was thinking about playing at Curran there.
And we've seen this summer England undergo a slight tactical shift in the makeup of their seam bowling attack, and it looks like they want one bowler like Woakes and 2 guys who are slightly quicker, who can sort of make something happen when not much is going on with the ball, the pitch is flat, the batters are set. But if something were to happen to Chris Woakes, Worrall is the closest bowler in the country to what Chris Woakes does. Immaculate control of that Duke's ball. The interesting thing for me with Worrall is that I know that he's Australian born, he's played a lot of cricket in Australia, but I wonder how well suited he is to Australian conditions. I know he's got a lot of experience there, but as a type of bowler, I think he's remarkably similar to Chris Woakes. Yeah,
it's a good point. I mean, he would be, at least to the naked eye, better suited to playing against India here in England than he would actually be playing Australia in Australia with the cooker. The other part of that, though, is that he's so experienced playing professional cricket in those conditions. I don't expect he'd be daunted by it in the way that some England attacks have been in the last, well, for a long time really. But yes, if it was, look, there's a long way to go and there are a lot of bowlers in the mix, but the fact that Worrall just happens to become eligible at the start of next season, I think it's fascinating. And if Rob Key's watching this stream today, if he's just watched that, I'd be flabbergasted if he's not thinking the same thing. He's a pragmatic guy, Rob Key. And to that end, we've seen the addition of Josh Hull, who we saw bowl so splendidly for Leicestershire, winning the Metro Bank Cup last year. He meets the criteria of someone they really want to succeed. Tall, very tall, quick enough.
Yeah. I guess similar bowler to Reece Topley on paper.
Yep.
Very, very tall, quick enough, not yet express pace. Probably bowls of the current England attack, probably around about Matt Potts' pace. Probably low to mid 80s with the odd ball in the high 80s. People will look at his first class record. So he only turned 20 last week. People will look at his first class record and wonder why have England picked him. 15 wickets at 58, an economy of 4.8 runs and over. But there have been glimpses, brief glimpses of his immense potential. For example, he played for the England Lions against a first choice Sri Lanka top 7 at New Road a couple of weeks ago and took 5 for 70 across the game. A lot of top order wickets in that haul.
When this is it about Key and Co being pragmatic. Oh, struck on the pad but just drifting. Right decision on the angle that we're seeing here. Hurst survives 34 for 3. I'll do one more over, then hand over to Phil Walker. Yeah, that they see, look, if it works, I don't think they're too worried about the criticism. Shah Bashir is a good example of this, right? Shah Bashir was taking his first class wickets at 1 million before they picked him, but they saw something that could have a high ceiling. Similar story with Zach Crawley. I think that debate's largely put to bed now about whether he's got a spot in England's top order, having had a brilliant Ashes series last year. And it seems like every time that Key and McCullum and Stokes have said we want to give this guy a go at test level, it's worked. So if Hull gets his chance, who would doubt it?
Well, there have been a number of extremely left field picks. Bashir is one of them. But even Liam Livingstone playing in Pakistan from nowhere, having basically not played first class cricket for a couple of years.
It's fun.
The way in which Will Jacks was picked. Will Jacks did very well with the bat for Surrey in 2022 and did encouragingly well with the ball, but you wouldn't have necessarily said this is a guy you'd back to take a 6 for on debut.
And I do look. I'll balance my comment about picking players on not potential. That's the wrong word, but sort of seeing what they might be and thinking it fits into the grooves that they want. I know there'll be players around the country who've just hoovered up wickets at county level who feel like they've got a claim as well, and they'll see the Josh Hull selection as a I don't know, how would you describe it? Not disrespect, but they'd be desperate to get a go in a squad. And we saw that Pennington was in the squad but didn't play, injured against the Windies. That was unfortunate that he didn't get an opportunity. There are others too. Sam Cook, unlucky injury as well. Helped down to deep third, short boundary for 1. So
you used the word pragmatic for Rob Key, and I think that's exactly what it is, even though a lot of fans of county cricket might not see it that way. Test cricket in England over the last few years have increasingly been played on very flat pitches. England will play India on what will probably be very flat pitches. They go to Pakistan this winter, the pitches will be extremely flat. The pitches in Australia will be extremely flat. We saw yesterday Mark Wood was off the field for just a portion of the Sri Lanka second innings, and England's threat was significantly down without that something else.
Back of a length.
You know, Gus Atkinson wasn't everyone's pick at the start of the summer. You know, we watched a lot of him here at the Kia Oval. We knew what he could do, but a lot of people, more casual observers of the county game, looked at his record and said, he's not played a lot of first class cricket. He's not express pace. What do England see in him? But he is someone who's capable of getting wickets when there's not much going on, and that's what England are looking for. You know, you mentioned someone like Sam Cook, who has taken millions of wickets for Essex at 19s basically over the course of his career. I think England know what they're going to get there. Whereas with someone like Josh Hull, I think they want to see what he can do close up. And it is worth mentioning again that tactical shift this summer. The makeup of their attack in 2024 is completely different to what it was in 2023. They start that 2023 Ashes with Broad, Anderson, Robinson. 2024, Wokes is the only bowler they started the summer with, well, post Jimmy's retirement, who's that profile of quick. Atkinson is quicker than that. Wood is quicker than that. Potts is quicker than that.
And they're going to hope that Hull is, and in their wildest dreams that maybe that Archer fella comes back as well, because if they can have the full complement, and Ollie Stone being in the squad as well,
yeah,
I've brushed over in all of this, you would think that he's most likely to get the chance next week, on paper at least, being already in the squad. End of the over, Worrall's got 2 for 14 from 10. He's always got 2 for 14 from 10. At 36 for 3, Yas Rana is going to stay with you. After the first 2 wickets in the first half an hour, I'll jump off Phil Walker replacing me.
Yeah, excellent first half an hour for the hosts. The sun is shining. Pitch has played well over the last couple of days. But Dan Worrall, with 2 wickets and 2 balls, has given Surrey just the start they would have wanted. 7 wickets away from victory now. Sam Curran to continue from the pavilion end. He'll bowl to Matty Hurst, who batted really well actually in that first Lancashire innings. 3 slips and a leg slip in place. Good morning, Phil.
We're wearing the same shirt, not literally the same shirt, but the same style of shirt, exactly the same.
It's not the same style of shirt. It is the same shirt.
Yeah, exactly. It's concerning.
This has happened once before.
We need, if we're working together, we just need to text each other early on in the morning. Just let each other know.
We can't do that every day.
If we know that we are on air together. Anyway. So what a start, really, this morning. Daniel Worrall is a champion. It's one of these quirks of the county game that this cricketer can stroll around the streets of London and the odd person might recognise him and give him a nod or maybe even ask him to sign a piece of paper or whatever, but that would be relatively rare, you would think. He goes about his business and he is absolutely world class. And yet he does it almost in the shadows. It's one of the quirks of the county game that sometimes you have these individuals who are as good as anyone on earth at their particular skill, and yet they do it in front of sometimes nothing more than a smattering and a few thousand in today, and that's quite a hefty number sometimes for county cricket. And yet you watch him and the mind boggles what he could have been as an international cricketer. He bowled a ball this morning that seemed further than any ball I think I've ever seen, literally, against Josh Bohannon. And it is so inevitable and unstoppable that the Surrey fielders and Ben Folkes, they didn't react at all. And nor did Bohannon, because what can you do? And nor it really did Worrall. He just turned on his heels, went back and did it again. But it was absolutely absurd how far it swung. Penny for Keaton Jennings' thoughts. He's done everything to try and repel him across these 2 innings, but you cannot hold back a bowler of Dan Worrall's world-class traits.
Yeah, and it's not just this season as well. Over the course of his Surrey career now, 125 wickets, first-class wickets at 21. That's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. Yeah. So, Lancashire staring down the barrel here, Yas. Is there any way that you can see them getting anything from this game at this point?
I think so. Obviously a long way to go. But the pitch is still good. It probably won't break up as much as you normally see on a 4th day. And if they can force there to be a flat period, then Surrey will begin to get a little bit nervous, and they trail by 202. So if you bat at a sort of normal rate, and I think it's important that they don't get too trapped in a bunker. They actually continue to be positive when run scoring opportunities present themselves.
Yeah, exactly that.
Suddenly you get to a point where, actually Surrey might need to chase something to get to.
Yeah, it's not just like a maxim, is it? You know, a modern maxim of, well, if it's there to hit it. There are runs at play here. Change of bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Bowl out carbon emissions and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy. Thanks to our sponsors for the week. Jordan Clark, new man, wide of the crease and wide outside the eye line. So going back to the point about what Lancashire can excavate from this game, well, so much of it is on these two players' shoulders, because I thought they were the most impressive batters in the first innings. They looked like they had the components to deal with this particular attack on this particular track. Matty Hurst, first time I've seen him in the flesh, thought he was excellent. Josh Bohannon played nicely until chopped on rather unluckily.
Yeah, and for Surrey, they've got lots of options with the ball, lots of seam options, so they, in theory, should be able to keep their bowlers relatively fresh. Lancashire didn't keep them out there for too long in the first innings. That was a long time ago now. Yeah, that Lancashire first innings was just 58 overs long. We've seen Worrall and Curran this morning. Clark now into the attack, still got Conor McCurr, still got Tom Laws. So loads of options. Obviously the off-spin of Will Jacks as well. But also, given the state of affairs at the bottom of Division 1, a draw is a pretty decent result for Lancashire from here. Valuable points.
It's a very good result. If they can somehow get out of this with 8 points.
Barring a miracle, Worcestershire are going to win it. New Road against Kent. Kent pretty much out of the survival fight.
And what about the game at Birmingham? What's the situation there, Yes?
Warwickshire leading by 311 with 5 second innings wickets in hand. So you'd think that very unlikely that Somerset win that. A draw looks probably the most likely result at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know. Perhaps. I mean, Warwickshire need the points as well, right? Perhaps they will.
That's true. That's true.
You know, perhaps they will have another half hour. Pull out maybe half hour 45 before lunch. Set Somerset 350, 360 in 70 overs, 75 overs. Could be a good game. It's so cramped and clumped down there, bottom half of this division. Everybody looking at everybody else at the moment. Beats him. No foot movement by Matty Hurst. It was an afterthought, that front foot. Again, clear, appreciable movement in the air. Good time to bowl. A bit of breeze. Few clouds around. Not too hot. Yas Rana has departed the box, hopefully for a change of shirt. Ben Gardner. Good morning, sir.
Morning, Phil. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing just fine, thanks. So 2 in 2, another change of bowler. Again, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Build a sustainable future with SSE Energy Solutions. Take action to protect the environment for generations to come. They've been our sponsors all week, and we are immensely thankful to them. Tom Laws it is. You imagine he might fancy these conditions. Club though through the offside, and that will run away for 4. It was there to hit, and Josh Bohannon, who's been relatively subdued up until now, throws his hands at one. And as we were saying before you came on, Ben, runs are important here for Lancs. The equation of this game, should they win the rest of this session, then suddenly that equation starts to home into view. A deficit of around 200 at the moment, just under 200, 197 now. We're throwing that game well forward though, of course. At the moment it's survival.
But those runs can help with survival.
Well,
it's
indeed.
One of those where they almost count double because you eat up time by scoring them, and will take them more time to be scored.
Yeah, so 86.4 overs still to get through today, so that is a long haul. If Lancashire get 60 overs in, then you would think they would be up around parity, and so as Ben says, every run is precious here. Through the slips vacant there. Would have been third slips catch. A rare moment of fortune for Lancs in this game. And they will take it. But again, inducing the false shot outside off stump, this ball continues to talk for Surrey seamers.
Yeah, it's a genuine edge, isn't it? There's no question that he's sort of trying to guide it down there. But I suppose that's the other thing about scoring runs, is that if Lancashire were totally intent on defence and there was no chance of a shot coming, then they could pack that cordon. As it is, they still have that equation in mind, and so it's just the two slips and it goes wide of them. Not that the other fielders, as they are there just to save runs. I think they probably think that this is the kind of pitch where you might get one that just chips up to someone on the infield.
Perhaps, yeah. And although Tom Laws isn't renowned as a hit the pitch kind of bowler, nonetheless, with that inviting leg side boundary to Josh Bohannon's left, as we look at it, could still present a catching opportunity. 2 men out on the boundary for Surrey. But Laws, you fancy, will continue to probe away, foolish of length, be happy enough to be driven at this point in order to open up those opportunities for the edge. Dan Worrall this morning.
Yeah, he's some bowler.
He's special, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, the only thing these Surrey Quicks need to work on is their hat-trick deliveries.
Not a bad problem to have.
Yeah. We'll have Tom Hartley on one in the next innings as well, presuming Surrey get back out.
That's a big presumption.
Yeah.
192 the deficit. Can't underestimate the importance of this day's cricket though for Lancashire. They've got a young, inexperienced side, 2 debutants, 3 including Venkatesh Iyer, who's just come in for this game in the next, and some young, promising players as well in amongst those. One of them out there at the moment in Matty Hurst. He's a very fine young player, but just making his way, and so beats him. Late swing again. Another over ticks by. 22 gone now, and so considering how raw and green this lineup is and how parlous their state in this league, it's a huge day's cricket for them. They have to keep believing. It's not been an ideal start for them, losing 2 in 2, but these two have got the class and the technique to take this game deeper into the day at least.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how Matty Hurst plays it in particular. I mean, Josh Bohannon, he's a seasoned pro. He knows how to sort of control his tempo in these kind of situations.
Oh, and another inside edge. Echoes of the first innings. Josh Bohannon trying to angle a delivery behind square in the first innings, only succeeded in getting an inside edge from Conor McCurr, bounced up and took the top of his leg stump. Slightly unfortunate, but it was a false shot then and it's a false shot now. He's got to be careful there. Slightly up and down bounce now into the final day of this one. That's good by Hurst. That's the way to play the outswinger, to just get in outside the line and play with the inside half of your bat.
He had a slightly odd innings in the first dig, didn't he? Where he looked really good, really classy, and then sort of had a bit of a rush of blood. Basically, there was the sort of the drop catch from Jordan Clark. That we were all stunned by, but he didn't seem to learn from it. And
lovely shot up on his toes at the top of the bounce. Won't go for 4, but he'll pick up a couple. Good signs. Yeah, that was a remarkable drop and a remarkable shot that led to it as well, because he looked entirely in control of himself and the situation. He got up into the 40s and then skewed an easy chance really to mid-on. Jordan Clark, perhaps a momentary lapse in concentration, popped out, and then he was cleaned up soon after. Sam Curran finding the inside part of a leg glance and an amazing catch at leg slip. Quick one, bouncer, easily negotiated. Yeah, Conor McCurr took a worldie, certainly a career highlight catch, one-handed, splayed on the floor to pick it up at leg slip, and so that was it for Hurst. But I thought he was impressive up until those two moments.
But I wonder if that's just kind of, maybe it's out of his system, having switched back from the 100, in which he had a very capable campaign for a 20-year-old, having sort of a breakout season in all formats. It's not as if he's been a one-trick pony in the Can Championship before, that he's just a basher. So perhaps he got perhaps slightly ahead of himself, and now he's kind of reset and looks like he's set for the long haul. 2 off 21 as they look first and foremost to survive.
Yeah, they like him a lot. He's highly regarded at Lancs, hence why he's currently keeping George Bell out of the side. That's got big on him. May have just taken the glove. No suggestion of any discomfort really. Bohannon happy enough to play Jordan Clark from the other end at this point.
Yeah, it's pretty relentless, this Surrey seam attack, but you think we haven't even seen Conor McCurr yet in this innings.
Foolish, punched down the ground, but mistimed, and so straight to Rory Burns. Another one ticks by. 23 gone now, 55 for 3. Surrey's morning so far. Josh Hull, thoughts? In fact, we'll come to that, because we have the nod to the T20 quarter-final coming up the 3rd of September, Tuesday evening, 6 p.m. kickoff. Just get that QR code, folks. Scan that, and all the information will be on kiaoval.com website. Tickets are available, and it's going to be an absolute screamer against Durham. Yas and I have been bringing you those games up until the big one, when the big dogs turn up, and so it will be covered superbly by Sky, and it will be one hell of an evening here. So please do come along if you possibly can. Come and support the club. It's fair to say that Surrey's time in the back end of this T20 competition is long overdue. It's an anomaly really for a club as well run and strong as this, that they've still only managed to take one T20 title. Again, late movement away from the right-hander. I'll give that to Matty Hurst though. I think he may just have played inside the line, not followed it. So yeah, do come along to that quarter-final if you possibly can. We'll put that graphic up again later on so you can scan that QR code if you didn't manage to get it. Yeah, Josh Hull, anyway, after this delivery. Tell me all about him, Ben. Good, solid stuff by Matty Hurst. So he's called up this morning.
Yeah, I mean, the three things, the reasons why England have picked him is he's tall, he bowls with left arm, and he's capable of bowling 90 miles an hour, high 80s. And that is the whole reason they've picked him.
How old?
Fine. Has he turned 20 yet, or is he still 19? He's a young lad anyway. You look at the first class record, obviously it doesn't, well, it leaps off the page in one way.
In as much as it's not very good.
It's a bowling average of 58 in first class cricket. Which, and when it was Shoaib Bashir last summer or last winter, that raised an eyebrow, but you think, well, spinners don't get their due in the county championship at times.
From how many games?
I think it's a fair handful. I think it might be 15 games he's played.
Foolish, and again a bit edgy this time from Matty Hurst. That run away for his first boundary for. Unconvincing though. And again, Tom Laws probing outside off stump, being prepared to be driven in order to find those false shots. 2 now through the office. But Rory Burns is content to keep the field as it is, just tightening up those 3 slips.
It's 9 games, my mistake, but it's 15 wickets in first class cricket.
More runs into the onside this time, but just a single. Yeah, runs, wickets, averages, they're so last year, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously it's a selection with a certain tour in mind at the end of next year, and I guess England think, you know, with a year's development under his belt, or a year's more under his belt, that he could be the kind of bowler that can have an effect over there, and you know, why not have some of that development happen in a Test series against Sri Lanka? He also was impressive in the win the Lions got against Sri Lanka before the start of this series. Took 5 wickets in that game.
Yes, so I caught some of that. He did look good. Squares him up, but well played by Matty Hurst.
So that I think that you know, naturally there'll be people who will look at this as another mark of you know, devaluing of the county championship. But I mean I don't buy that really. I think England they do have to pick the players that they think are the best to win those games. And people talk sometimes of, you know, what motivation do these guys have if they're not going to get picked for England? As if, you know, winning the county championship or staying up in the county championship isn't its own reward. As, you know, one of the oldest, you know, trophies in cricket, in sport,
and the most beautiful trophy in world sport.
Exactly. Yeah. That's its reward in and of itself. That, you know, there's other evidence perhaps you can find of questionable management of the county championship, but I don't see this as being that. But
yeah,
it's interesting,
and he does have unique characteristics.
Oh, exactly. I mean,
so whether he gets the nod at Lord's or here the week after, or not at all, maybe he does wait his turn. But there is surely some sense, some pragmatism amongst the funkiness, if you like, to getting him in, having a look. No harm in that. England are 4-0 this summer.
Yeah.
I think we can acknowledge without any fear or favour that this is a summer with a view to the future.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fine, personally. I think we can acknowledge that there's good tussles for the here and now, and we've seen it stirringly in the last few days at Old Trafford. Sri Lanka impressive overall. Nonetheless, he just kind of punches that half shot really, but it's just enough because Ryan Patel can't quite claw that back. Very short boundary, of course, and so just a gentle push, but good enough to pick up another boundary for Matty Hurst.
And I think he might play, you know. It's between him and Ollie Stone, I suppose, who hasn't had the best outing for Notts this week, going at over 5 and over, as Durham racked up plenty of runs there. And in some ways, the absence of Ben Stokes actually makes it easier to include a guy who you're slightly less sure of, because actually England have arguably a stronger bowling lineup. At least they have more bowlers who can be guaranteed to get through overs. So if you pick a guy, as England used Mark Wood in this game, he still ended up putting up injured, but you can actually say this guy's going to bowl 8, 12 overs a day, 3-4 over spells, and that's it. Go out there and just bowl fast. That's actually easier to do with the team England have at the moment, or the balance have at the moment, than when it's Stokes as your 4th or 5th bowler.
He's 6'7". I might be missing something obvious here, but have England ever had a left-arm seamer of that kind of profile?
I don't think they can have done.
I mean, it's Bruce Reid vibes. There's a blast from the past.
And I mean, England are generally pretty keen to pick any left arm seamer, no matter the height. I mean, that's Sam Curran's left arm angle. He's a short, skiddy bowler, but it's that left arm angle that still helps to make him a dangerous proposition in all formats. And you know, they pick based on the best possible scenario rather than what could go wrong. And in general, so far, you'd say that's been vindicated.
Nothing doing there into the offside. Interestingly, Rory Burns has pushed his gully fielder back now onto the boundary at a kind of squarish deep third, and so just another nod, Ben, that they are mindful of the runs here, recognising as well that it's still a good track, not a bad day to bat at all. And if this ball does settle down, it's felt like a new ball game really throughout. Inside edge, onto pad I think, but covering the swing okay this time. So yeah, 26 overs after this one will have been bowled, and so the ball you fancy would quieten down a little. Certainly we got that sense on day 2. Burns and folks really did take the game away from Lancashire, and it was notable how little the ball did in that afternoon session, and so Surrey have to be mindful of the runs as well here.
Yeah, and also, you know, just changing things up. It keeps the fielders fresh, and also just does make the batters just think a little bit differently. You're not settled into knowing exactly where your gaps are and where you know, the places there's no point playing a shot. So
yeah, so they've taken deep square out now, so just the one fielder on the leg side boundary. I think we've seen an over of spin yet from Surrey's attack.
Yeah,
I might be...
Will Jacks would be the spinner they would call upon, but no, it was just the 5 bowlers used, and Conor McKerr not yet seen in this innings.
Yeah, that's been the model really, but perhaps you'll see a little bit of Will Jacks later on. Throws his hands at it and flies, but comfortably enough for the batter. 3 or 4 bounces down to Sam Curran.
Yeah, but we were talking about it as a run saving position. It wasn't that far away from being a catching option there if he'd been a bit further in from the rope.
Yeah, and it's not the first time that Bahana's gone airborne behind square against Tom Laws. Blimey, that's gone quick. 12 o'clock already, my stint is done. A few more words from Benedict Gardner and it'll be Adam Collins to step in.
Be interesting to hear Adam's thoughts as an Aussie on Josh Hull, and also on what this selection might mean for someone who we've talked about a lot as a potential England Test prospect as Dan Worrall. I think that you can see it in 2 ways. One is that, you know, this shows that England don't look at the county championship at all.
Yes.
Which I think is stretching it a bit far. You know, Jordan Cox in the Test squad as a county championship pick, effectively. But it also shows that they are willing to just pick players because they think in that series in Australia they'll have an impact.
Yeah, I think it's the latter. And look, I think Stokes got taken not out of context, but when he spoke before the Windy series and referenced Australia and referenced the sort of 18-month roadmap to it, the easy headline was that, well, they're not thinking about what's in front of them. It's disrespectful to the West Indies and Sri Lanka and all the other series they'll play between times, away in Pakistan, away in New Zealand, and then home against India. I didn't interpret it that way. I saw it more as, oh, through! Clark bends back the middle stump. That's the 3rd wicket Surrey have taken this morning. Lanks down at 66 for 4, a long way behind in this game. Still 174 away from making the host bat a second time. And if they were going to achieve that, they needed Josh Bohannon to bat pretty much all day. But instead, he's walking back for 29. Clark hits the stumps for the umpteenth time this season. Ben Gardner.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at this on replay, but I have a sense, yeah, that is a brilliant ball. It's the angle in and then the movement back in as well. It kind of cuts him in half. Let's see, does he get a little something on it? Does it chop back down on it? Just
I think that might be clean bowled. It's hard to tell from that angle, but it moved back. Even if it did kiss an edge on the way through, this will be more helpful on that front. Yeah, it might have just come down off the back shoulder possibly, but still it was the movement off the seam that did him.
A brilliant piece of bowling.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
I think because he sees where the ball's kind of coming from, and so he thinks it's a bit wide, but I think it's because of that release angle. We know Bohannon likes to get up on his toes and punch through that offside, but that ball just kept coming back into him and couldn't allow him to do it effectively, and in the end he gets in sort of a little bit of a tangle. But it's a really smart piece of bowling, as well as obviously just a brutal ball, really.
Exactly what Surrey needed to do this morning. They've not let the game settle. The 2 quick wickets, consecutive Worrall deliveries up top, getting rid of Jennings. Well, the other part of it was getting rid of Bohannon, out for 29, 66 for 4. Everything's going to have to go right for Lancashire from here as George Balderson makes his way to the middle.
Yeah, that feels absolutely massive. I mean, there's talent left in that lineup. We've got Balls and Hurst, two promising young players. You've obviously got Venkateshwar, who is an Indian overseas pro. You don't get many of those in the county championship yet to fully get going in a Lancashire shirt, but still there's obviously talent there. And Tom Hartley, who we've seen bat, but they've got through that senior core of Wells last night and Jennings and Bohannon this morning, and that I don't quite want to say back broken, but that feels important.
Still plenty of time till lunch as well. 55 minutes. Clark with the 3 slips. Oh, just in behind it there. Balderson playing with one hand off the blade. Clark, such a threat. Always has those stumps in play. Now, when we were framing up England sides when Stokes went down a couple of weeks ago, I have to say I went out and said that I thought it should be Clark. I know that I understand why it didn't go that way, and I don't want to relitigate the case, but the way he's bowled in the last few seasons, took his wickets at 21 last year. He is a double threat, century in a session earlier this season. New ball, old ball, multiple spells, has the short ball in him as well. Yeah, maybe not quite at the same pace that you see for frontline quicks at test level, but I felt like the all-round package was an attractive one. Anyway, nevertheless, he's going to continue to be a star for Surrey. Since making that move from Lancs, he's been untouchable in that role.
Yeah, he's one of those where if England had India's kind of mindset, they would have no problem picking him. That they'll pick someone like Akshar Patel, who's never going to play an overseas test, but will win them plenty of games at home. And Jordan Clark is that kind of bowler, I think. And who knows? He's quick enough. Can obviously wield a bat, and I guess we'll have to see how Stokes sort of shapes up for that Pakistan tour, where the big challenge last time, which England aced, but still that was the question, was how to balance the side in those conditions. And then it was Will Jacks, Liam Livingstone even.
And in the end, it wasn't really the spinners anyway, was it? It was the reverse swing that Anderson and Robinson, is the forgotten man in this equation, were able to produce late on day 5 on a couple of occasions. Wicket maiden for Clark. Picked up 4 in the first innings, was on a hat-trick when the second began. 1 last night, that was Wells, and 1 again this morning. Bohannon on both occasions taking stumps. 66 for 4, still 81 overs remaining in the game. It sort of informs that chat we were having before the wicket fell about what Hull represents and what the selections we've seen this season mean about Australia. I still do think that I think you've got no choice but to medium-term plan on the go in Test cricket. It's not like you can have an off-season.
Yeah.
There's no such thing. It varied conditions and Test series back-to-back. No team plays more Test cricket than England. 2 away tours this winter. And then 6 Test matches at home. Then Australia. It's bang, 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 bang. And the only way you can get your bowlers Test ready, and there's no substitute for playing cricket in Australia, I don't think, but the next best thing is at least playing Test cricket. And if they want to know whether Hull could play a role in Australia, it's a bit of a long shot, I think, at that age and with that lack of experience. But if he rocks up and gets a couple of Test matches and they feel like they can invest maybe 3 or 4 in him, that'll feel a downside difference to picking him on spec next September, having not played for England at all, I suppose is my point.
Yeah, and they'll also think, what is the path to this guy being good enough to contribute in Australia? Is that sort of toiling away for less shit, not playing every game? Because if you're, a teenage 90-mile-per-hour bowler, you can't play 14 games a season. Or is it under the, the watchful eye of the England coaching team, where they can, they're the best in the country, that's why they're in that role. Is that how he gets better rather than for his county? And his county also, he'll be sort of teaching him different things. They'll be sort of saying to him, this is what you need to do in county cricket to be a useful part of the Leicestershire attack throughout the season, whereas England will be saying, no, we need you to be doing exactly this role for England, and they're just very different things. Basically, England will want a guy who can bowl, 4 over spells with the balance of the side they've got. That's not a luxury that many county teams can afford, is picking a player for that kind of role. So it's almost like that I think England would almost, to some degree rather, he didn't play loads of county championship cricket between now and then.
Yeah, quite possibly, and I'll get a couple here. They should. Oh, all the stumps have ended up out of the ground via folks, but it was a good chuck out there from Sai Sudharsan. He's been busy on the Archbishop Tennyson's side of the ground so far this morning. Still 172 away, lengths from requiring Surrey to bat again.
But I suppose bring it back to Surrey and to Worrall, that I wonder actually if Worrall might take some sort of heart from this rather than being discouraged. No, obviously they couldn't have picked Worrall for this, so that's not the question. It's more that England do have that Ashes focused, so actually at that point they won't think we need to be planning for the future. They might think this guy can contribute right now, so let's pick him.
Well, that's it, and we spoke briefly about it earlier. Inside edge there wasn't far away, but it did go out on a squarer angle. It's April is the qualification moment for Worrall. Beg your pardon. When that ticks over, when he meets the criteria set by the ECB and the Home Office and all the rest of it, India, how good they're going to be, you're going to have to be outstanding to bowl them out twice on pitches that will more than likely service batters. We know that from the test strips that have turned out in England in the last 10 or 15 years. It's very rare, with a couple of series the exception, 2018 when India were here and 2015 when Australia were here. Most of the time, and 2019 to an extent as well, it's been bat dominating ball. 69 for 4 is the score here. So with all of that in mind, you've got to be spot on, and you've got to be able to move the ball through the air, and that's what Worrall does both of very well. He lands it in a shoebox, and most of his tricks are related to, like Anderson's, movement of old and new balls. And I just can't see a world where he isn't considered. I think it would be negligent to not think about where Worrall might fit in for next year against India, specifically that series, and maybe an eye to having an Australian in the squad for Australia. Might not be a terrible idea either. I'm not as convinced about the second part.
Okay.
I'm more all in on what he might be able to do against the formidable Indian batting lineup with the Duke's ball.
Yeah, and I suppose the other side of it as well is that, that the best way to prepare for a test series is by winning test series.
Yeah. Past the edge, that's the one that goes the other way from Clark. He's the one that stands up off the seam.
If England were to be kind of doing their planning for that for the Australia series in the India series and end up then, say, losing that series, which something could very possibly happen, then that it creates a sort of a bad mood, bad vibe around it going into that Australia tour. If they were to go down.
Would also put him in a very small group of players that have played international cricket for two countries.
Mm-hmm.
I know we didn't play test matches for Australia, but did get a one-day opportunity in 2016. It's been a bit more of that this century than, I guess, the decades that ended the 20th. We've had PJ Moore this year make his Ireland debut, having played for Zimbabwe. Gary Ballance played a test for Zimbabwe last year. Boyd Rankin played a couple for Ireland after playing one for England in 2014. Before that, you've got to go back to John Tracos. And Tracos has one of the more extraordinary career spans in international history. 2 runs there for Hurst moves him on to 16. He played his test matches in 1970 for South Africa and had to wait until 92-93 for Zimbabwe with the exclusion period between times. Kepler vessels went the other way from Australia to South Africa, but it didn't happen too often, is my point. In the 19th century, J.J. Ferris and so on, quite a bit. Billy Murdoch, Billy Midwinter. But yes, it's been more of a thing in the last 10 years or so.
Weirdly. Yeah, and I guess with the expansion of international cricket as well, it's not Test cricket for two teams, but you get a fair few who, maybe in the twilight of their careers think, actually I can qualify for an associate team and go and do that, like
Corey Anderson.
Yeah, David Visa,
good call.
Ryan Campbell.
Yeah, Mark Chapman.
Yeah, went the other way, didn't he?
The other way. Past the edge again. That's the third time in the over. Clark's been able to stand it up off the seam. Two of them going beyond the edge. It's quite the spell this from out Vauxhall end.
Tim David too. You can go the other way, can't it? Where you're almost in the shop window for your associate team. Well,
that was the Chapman David thing going on, wasn't it? When they were both playing a lot of associate cricket and racking up massive numbers, and were able to transition over. Nitish Kumar playing with the States. He played for Canada before. Good finish to the over as well. 71 for 4. Still got 3/4 of an hour till lunch. Jay Dernbach, who of course turned out for Italy a few times a couple of years ago, once he finished up playing professional cricket in England.
Yeah, a couple of others who also just they're sort of playing county cricket and then find out they've got an Italian grandmother or something like that. You've got Grant Stewart fits into that category.
I think they were doing quite a bit of passport shopping, weren't they?
Yeah.
I think that's how I'm right in saying that's how Joe Burns ended up in this Italy system, was by dint of someone finding out that he had an Italian grandmother. And Burns has spoken quite emotionally about all of this actually recently. They had a death in the family this year, and very tragic death in the family this year, and he put up an Instagram post explaining why the Italy shot. Lovely way to get off the mark. Balderson playing it right under his eyes, out to the short rope. 4 runs added for Lancs, valuable runs at this stage, having lost 3 wickets this morning with the score on 33, 33 and 66. We'll watch this back. Law's wicketless in the game so far.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot, isn't it?
Balls of his feet. Yeah, so Joe Burns to Italy. At one stage they were destined to get Spencer Johnson playing for them as well, Surrey's own, but he's a bit busy playing for Australia.
Yeah, that's a frightening prospect, isn't it? The idea of someone that quick, playing at that level.
Doesn't quite catch up with it there down the leg side. The Menenti brothers were both, they might even be playing for Italy. I mean, mostly known for their work in the Big Bash, I suppose, from an England perspective. Gareth Berg, who's led the way there, is their coach from Northants. They've got designs on qualifying for the next T20 World Cup. Not unreasonable designs either. With Joe Burns, that'll add a lot.
Well, they've made it to that next stage of the qualifying process. Burns century in the final, I believe, to secure their passage.
Second time in the over that Laws has strayed, and folks athletically to his right, well recognised by the Surrey members, plenty of whom are in today.
Yeah, Tom Law's not quite found his rhythm yet. I mean, compared to the high standards of the remainder of the Surrey attack, it is generally relentless, and he created that sort of, well, not a chance, but that edge through the slips in his first over. So it's not as if they've played him out completely comfortably, but compared to Clark and Worrall in particular, still Conor McCurr to come into the attack at some point.
Hasn't played a load this year. It's often been the fourth seamer, rotated out a couple of times, had that heel injury as well. First innings, none for 51 and none for 22 here. He's taken 10 wickets at, well, including these figures, 10 wickets at about 30 this year, but last year, when he was his breakout season, 39 at 19.7, including that wonderful 5 for 22 he picked up here against Kent early in the season, when there were many people saying this bloke, the England chat was already starting around him at a very young age, but he's got clearly time on his side.
Yeah, I think he got that Lions call up as well. And if anything, I think that shows just how impressive last season was, because it can't be an easy thing. Surrey have the luxury of having a squad filled with these talented players, but it does mean if you're a player like Laws, you're kind of always playing for your place in a little bit of a way.
Well, you'd remember that there was a game earlier this season when Atkinson just wasn't picked. I mean, there was other times when ECB managed him, around workload and all the rest of it. But there was one fixture where Atkinson was not selected and he was playing Test cricket 5 minutes later, and he's yet to have a Test innings where he's not taken at least 2 wickets. Heard one stat from Zaltzman to that effect yesterday. End of the over, 75 for 4. But yeah, Tom Laws, he's a player of some. He just throws his head back when walking back towards fine leg there, I see on our wide shot. Just not happy with the over, missing a few times. Desperately trying to get himself into the book. Surrey well on their way to victory, which also, Ben, we should return to a conversation that Yas and I were having at the start of play today. Really does open up what's happening down at Southampton. Now, are you across this scenario and what might happen later today?
Well, I was at the start of play, but I haven't followed the scores too closely since then. So.
I think they're doing this perfectly right now, and I'll explain why. So to recap, heaps of rain. Essex 438 for 8 declared. Hampshire 116 for 2 at the moment. There are 77 overs left in this game, and Hampshire trail by 322. But on the assumption that Surrey get the job done here, and even if they don't, draws aren't helping Essex or Hampshire. Draws are to their detriment. They've got to live a little. They've got to set the game up. But Hampshire can't bat too quickly. There's no room for lob bowling, as they'll get too far ahead in the game. The delicate balance. Shot. Straight to the man at wideish mid-off. Hurst deserves a boundary. It might have just been kept in. No, it hasn't been. Captain Burns signals away. So Hurst reaches 20 with his third boundary, 79 for 4. So the way I see it is that now Hampshire needed to have a good first hour or a good first stint of the day to make sure they weren't going to get rolled for 150 themselves. That now at 116 for 2 is most unlikely, right? So that hurdle's been cleared. Just looking to leave, and deflected the third slip. Athletic stop there by Conor McKerr. If you press fast forward, let's call it 20 overs from here. If they continue to go at 3.5 and over, that would mean they would trail by 250 and take away 2 overs, so that'd be 55. I reckon 250 in 55 is almost the perfect balance for the setup game, because both teams would feel like they've got a realistic chance of winning. 55 overs is, the better part of 2 sessions, or it's not 35 overs. Everything needs to go right. You can afford to have some bits of play that don't break your way and still bowl out a team in 55. And 250 as the target in 55 is less than 5 runs and over, with all 10 wickets in hand on a pitch that couldn't have deteriorated that much. They've only played basically a day and a half of cricket on it due to all the rain at the Rose Bowl. So I think right now, the way it's drifting, or looking to drift on paper, the naked assumption would be it's going to be a draw, when I think 2 declarations are on here. I think Hampshire declaring 250 behind and Essex declaring it 0 for 0 in the second dig, because that is clearly in both teams' express interest for one of them to win this game. Because the draw, it's worth 8, and I get that it's not nothing. If Surrey win here, they are so far behind. There's an extra game behind entirely, and I feel like this is the best place for that game to be, to give one of the 2 teams a chance of getting the job done. And of course, the draw's still there. You can shut up shop and pull out if you need to. Both teams would have that opportunity probably to either bowl very, very dry or to bat very, very conservatively if it got to the last half an hour and they looked like they were in a bit of strife. Your thoughts?
Yeah, well, it's. I think that sounds about right. I mean, you might say that Essex have made the running in that game, so is that a bit generous from them? But actually, Hampshire might think they're technically in the title race, but they're a little bit further adrift, so they might feel less that they want to, Essex are the ones who will really feel that they've let something slip if they don't win this game, especially when you look as well at what's happening elsewhere in the country. And actually, we could come to the end of the day thinking like Surrey have won, Somerset and Essex have failed to win, and look, that's title race not far from over.
It's a 40-point margin, right?
So Surrey could have failed to win, and Somerset and Essex could have both won, and then you've actually got 3 teams who are not far off neck and neck heading into the last month of the season. So that's what we've got to play for.
Yeah, I feel like you're duty bound if you're Essex to sort of say, look, we are willing to throw away a draw and risk losing those 8 points in an effort to try and get the full freight. There's lots available for the win. I just don't think that you can credibly, if you're Tom Westley and you know as much about this competition as you do, a bloke in his mid to late 30s now, he's been around forever, he would know that to get on a roll and to pull off a win like that from where they are right now is going to require them to do something creative. And letting this drift and shaking hands at 5 o'clock isn't going to work for anyone.
Yeah, and it'd be fascinating to be in the discussions, because you obviously get the agreements, but you can sometimes also get the sub-agreements. The commitments to going for it, no matter what kind of thing, like we had in the 2016 county championship between Middlesex and Yorkshire, where they both agreed Yorkshire weren't going to shut up shop, they were going to just continue playing their shots. They had no reason to, the draw wouldn't have helped them, they wouldn't have won the title with the draw, obviously. And then that ends up culminating that Toby Rowland-Jones hat-trick and that brilliant moment. I'm
not sure they even need to have the second part of the conversation, because I think both teams would be entitled to pull out of it with 45 minutes to go if it came to that. I think that's fine. It's permitting one team to play well enough to win the game from there. And if you can take 10 wickets in 55 overs, or you can chase 250 in 55 overs, you've earned the right to win the game, I think, in that scenario. And look, the fact that we're 81 for 4 here, if it were 70 for 1, then okay, the possibility of a draw here goes up, and thus the need for them to do something as eccentric as that is, the need for it goes down. But now it feels more and more like, with 159 still to go for Lancs, and Dan Worrall bowling as well as he did this morning, Clark as well. Oh, past the blade. Good from Laws. Extra yard or so there. 85 mile an hour for what it's worth. Just felt like it. He grunted that one out.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that game through the afternoon. But yeah, I think that could get quite interesting in about 20 overs from now, or thereabouts.
Yeah. You wonder whether that extra effort, could this be the last 2 balls of Laws' spell? It's certainly the last 2 balls of my spell. We'll be introducing Nathan Johns for the first time today at the end of the over.
Spent a lot of time watching Rain with Nath yesterday. Not sure if he got a chance behind the mic. He will now. That is the over bowled. 81 for 4. Thank you, Ben Gardner. We will hear from you through the course of the day. Now, in a moment, we're about to see something flash up on the screen, which is most interesting. Just waiting for it to flash up. Maybe, maybe not. Next over.
And Worrall returning to bowl at the Vauxhall.
Must be next over. I promise you, Nathan, there is something exciting coming on the screen. A chance to win stuff. We always like that. Good morning to you, Nathan Johnson.
Good morning, Adam. How are you?
Never better.
A lot better than yesterday, that is for sure.
Yeah, it was grim, wasn't it?
Oh.
We watched a lot of rain. I got here quite early yesterday as well, just to do some other work. So I was here for about, 9 hours to watch about 40 minutes of cricket. I wasn't on comms because we arranged that I would do the second half, so it was an unfulfilling day. Right, Worrall's back for his second burst this morning. His first one brought 2 wickets. Consecutive balls. He knocked over Jennings with a fine piece of swing bowling around the wicket to a left-hander. Had him leaving on line, top of off stump. Glorious. And then next ball, outswinger to Flintoff found the edge. They were 33 for 3. Change of bowler is powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Below the competition away with renewable energy from one of our named wind farms. There you go, SSE Energy Solutions, and that was nearly a solution for the puzzle that Worrall has in front of him, which is how does he get his next wicket, an outswinger to Hurst from the line of the off stump. That'll do the job most of the time. He's bowling beautifully.
Yeah, with Dan Worrall, there's never a lot of mystery around how he's going about things, is there? It's just, I was actually talking about this with Cameron on day 1. You know what he's going to try and do. He's going to pitch it on length and try and nick you off. But unfortunately, there just aren't that many players in the world who are good enough to survive for long enough to avoid that fate. Yeah, it's been difficult for us not to get wrapped up in the Worrall stuff in the last
couple of years, or 3 years he's been here. He got capped by the club last year and put up quite an emotional LinkedIn post at the time, which has kind of said how much this opportunity meant to him to come to a ground like this, a club like this, and to fit straight in the way that he has. And if they do get the job done this season, that'll be 3-3 for him since his arrival, which would be very special.
Yeah, he's really settled into South London. His family lives over here now. Got a very young family, so it's very much home for him now. But yeah, you're right. It is easy to get wrapped up in the date watching of how long has it been since he last played international cricket, and when does he potentially qualify for England. It is next year, but it's an interesting one. And I think you even look at what England did this morning by calling up someone like Josh Hull, and you look at the conversation that's been well had by this stage, at the gap between county cricket success from bowlers and what the international game wants these days.
Short leg in for Balderson, leg gully as well. Yeah, we were having that chat before with Ben, right along those lines around the different requirements at different levels.
But it's interesting, I was thinking about this a few minutes before coming on air, because I had a very similar conversation downstairs with a colleague. It's changed, the requirements have changed for bowlers certainly, but you look at who they haven't called up a lot of batters in recent years, but when they do, they're calling up guys who are scoring a lot of county runs, like the most recent example being Jordan Cox.
Oi, it's taken off.
So the requirements have changed for bowlers. You either need to be tall or fast or able to sustain pace throughout a day, but batters, county championship runs still seem to be
the
runs of runs.
Yeah. Yeah, early on in the McCullum Stokes key time, it was probably less about that, wasn't it? Because we saw Crawley backed in heavily. It was more on the, as they described at the time, they saw his match-winning abilities as being more important than his consistency. It's not a great dismissal. On the angle, Balderson has provided slip-catching practice, and in the process has seen Lancashire lose a 4th wicket in the morning. 82 for 5. He won't be thrilled with that. Worrall, on the other hand, well, that's 3 in the morning for him, 3 for 15.
Yeah, like you said, probably the least impressive of Worrall's 3 dismissals this morning. Round the wicket. Back of a length. He struggled in this game as George Balderson against the short ball, and I just wonder if once he saw Worrall banging it in, just that instinctive lack of comfort, I suppose, kicked in, and he just flashed at it needlessly.
Well, look, you can say these things are to a plan. When Balderson was facing Worrall, immediately short leg gully. So they telegraphed their punch that he was going to try and bowl a slightly shorter length than what would be his stock delivery, and inside 4 deliveries he's feeding Sibley at second slip with both feet off the ground.
You're just getting in his head at that point, aren't you? It's interesting because it wasn't Worrall really that gave Balderson that short ball barrage on day, I think it was day 1. It was Jordan Clark down from the other end. He gave himself the protection of bowling short to the large leg side boundary as it is to the left-hander.
This could speed up here with half an hour until lunch. Phil Walker is going to jump in. It's 82 for 5. Worrall has 3. Who knows how many he'll have by the time this day is complete, Nathan Johns.
Yes, well, here comes Lancashire's Indian Overseas. Venkatesh Iyer. Interesting dismissal earlier on in the game from that overseas. He walked down the track at one early on in his innings and nicked off, and Adam Collins said the game might speed up here. Well, if that's how Iyer's going to play and Surrey are chasing wickets, the game certainly might speed up. Good morning, Phil.
Morning, Nathan. How are you doing?
Fantastic. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good actually, thank you. It's a beautiful day for cricket, unless you're a Lancastrian. Tough times, isn't it? Change of bowler, sponsored by SSE Energy Solutions. Conor McCurr into the attack for the first time this innings. Bowled well in patches in the first innings, bowled with a bit of pace as well. Again, just adds another different element to this relentless 5-man attack. Yeah, change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. They've been with us all week. We thank them for their support for us. From the first ball to the final over, let's power change together.
Yeah, 7 overs for Conor McCurran in that first innings. The fewest of any of this Surrey attack. 2 for 41, so a little bit on the expensive side, a shade under 6 and over economy wise, but he did pick up those 2 wickets from just his 7 overs.
Yeah, that's been his role when given the nod in this first 11. It's a tough 11 to get into, of course. He's had to bide his time over the last few years, but when he does come in, he's used as an enforcer. Started well here. Matty Hurst has been pretty solid across both of these innings up until now.
Yeah, a bit more aggressive in that first innings. Understandably, the game situation means he is a bit more circumspect, 23 off 57. But it is fascinating to see how these two go about it. As we said, Hurst was naturally aggressive in the first innings, and of course we all remember the shot that Iyer played in that dig. He doesn't like to hang about either.
False shot, trying to punch through the offside, but he'll take a couple nonetheless to straight mid-wicket. Yeah, he's looked good overall in this game. Can you keep a bat, just making his way as a red ball cricketer, but he's shown that he has the technique to withstand top-class red ball bowling, and obviously his white ball form has already been demonstrated across the summer. Pick up another couple as well into the offside here. Not perfectly timed, but controlled.
Yeah, he looks a good player, does Hurst. Averaging 30 this year. It's actually lower than his career first class average, which is up near 38. Only played 11 games though so far in his very young career. He's only 20 years old.
Yeah, those 2 breakout knocks in the 100 for the originals. I caught both of those. Let's that one go by, so another over is complete. 34 now. And Lanks tottering, 86 for 5. They'd have had high hopes at the start of the day, but Dan Worrall is as hard a bowler to repel as there is in the game at the moment. He got enormous movement at certain points in that first 20 minutes. There was one delivery that beat Josh Bohannon's outside edge that hooped like I've rarely seen a ball hoop as far as that particular delivery. And then minutes later, he got another break back into the left-hander. Keaton Jennings shouldering arms. And then Rocky Flintoff nicking off. Nothing he could do about that first ball. So 2 in 2. Worrall returns for his second spell. Picks up another one almost immediately. So Venkatesh Iyer lets that one go by. Inauspicious innings in the first dig here by the Indian overseas. So plenty of responsibility on his shoulders now. It's perhaps not the ideal scenario for a player who's renowned as a hitter, but he will have to show his wares here. There's a job to be done.
Yeah, just 6 balls faced in that first innings from Iyer. He did hit 1 boundary, so there you go. He didn't hang around for long in terms of his intent, but yeah, that 6th delivery when he did walk down at one and nick it was not the order of the day in this situation.
Off the pad, I fancy. Yeah, so he stays on naught. So things playing out nicely away from the Kia Oval as well for the leaders. Rain has come again at Southampton, and so that game is rain ruined really between Hampshire and Essex. They began the week in 3rd and 4th.
That is a shame. But just before you came on, Adam was talking extensively about how he thought maybe a double declaration situation might be on the cards down there, and how Essex, because a draw does neither side any good, how both sides might have a gentleman's agreement to chase what is it, 350 and 60 overs or what have you, but if it's raining now, then that's probably, that dream has died a death.
Yeah, I think that died a death some point yesterday afternoon, but Adam, as ever, has a poet's eye when it comes to these things. He's looking for life in these games of cricket.
Well, he just wants the good people of Southampton to be entertained.
Indeed. Whereas I feel like that game is going to fizzle away for both of those teams. I don't think either were prepared to give an inch. And so that plays nicely into Surrey's hands, as indeed is the game in Birmingham. Still open to Somerset, but it will take one hell of a chase. They're 3-6-1 behind now. Warwickshire 9 down. So that game could get very interesting later on. He's stolen a quick single into the onside, so he is off the mark now. Yeah, so that game's worth keeping an eye on later on. Both ends of the table. 72 overs still remaining at Edgbaston. Lead 3-6-1. Somerset needing just that final wicket, and then, well, they have to go for it, you would feel. So Matty Hurst goes about his game very tidily indeed, playing within himself, showing versatility here. A sound defensive technique up until now. So Worrall round the wicket to the left-hander. The angle he exploited against Jennings earlier in the piece. Picked up over mid-wicket. Gorgeous shot. That's gone all the way. I can only play one way, but it may yet be useful for Lancashire because they trailed by 1-4-4 now. And you never know, a counter-punch here may just bring the runs equation back into play. It's a good shot.
Yeah, I think with the angle, it's a pretty safe shot, actually. It's a calculated risk, given around the wicket. That ball's gone a long way into Ayr. I think if he does miss it, it's comfortably missing leg stump. And it's just a big, juicy half volley.
Now then, look at that on your screen. Win a cruise with Cricket Legends. Scan that QR code and enter the draw to win hospitality tickets for day one of Surrey versus Durham at the Keir Oval, indeed. There are 4 pairs of hospitality tickets up for grabs, and one of the 4 lucky winners will be randomly drawn on the day to win a free cruise with Ambassador, featuring those cricket legends. Gucci, Aggers, Blowers, and our very own Alex Tudor. So scan to enter. Do get involved. Nicely timed again by Matty Hurst. He's just got on top of that and tapped it away for another couple. Well-ordered player this morning. More runs into the onside, but with 2 men back, just a single. Brings Ayr onto strike then.
Yeah, a couple of times, I think in consecutive overs, there's that false shot through the leg side. Just a little bit susceptible to the ball coming back in, it looks like. That's twice now he's tried to drive into the offside and inner half of the bat.
Nicked. I think it may just have carried, maybe on the bounce. Thick, authentic edge, pushing hard outside off stump. It did actually die on Dom Sibley. Would have taken some catching. I thought with the nature of the shot it would have carried quite comfortably, but it dies on second slip. Maybe just on the bounce.
Land short, I think.
Yeah.
In the end, Sibley's actually done well to save a few there.
You would have thought that would have carried, Nathan, the way that he's pushed hard at it with hard hands. Slips in the game here.
Yeah, perhaps the slightly damp underfoot conditions from yesterday slowed this pitch up ever so slightly. But it's a good bit of cricket from Surrey in terms of how they've manufactured that. They did change their field. They just put that kind of... They put an extra man back on the leg side to the left-hander.
It's been painstaking, but the 100 is up. Still a long haul to make Surrey bat again. 140 still in arrears. .36 gone. 100 for 5. Sorry, ringing the changes, but still no sign of spin. No need really when the ball is talking as it is.
Well, that's just their MO, isn't it? No spin in the first innings really either. When you seamers are taking as many wickets as this, you don't need to bother.
This is it. Dan Worrall is getting it talking. It's garrulous out there for him. 3 for 24 from 12. Just another day. He's in again.
You can just tell from looking at Iyer, even the way that bottom hand is coming through. He's just looking. He's ticking. It's almost as if he's just incapable of not looking to play some sort of expansive shot. It's a fascinating battle.
Yep.
Not necessarily, of course, between him and Worrall, but between him and the game situation, if anything else.
Worrall now going back over the wicket. Looking to bring those slips back into play. Leg slip in as well now.
And akin to what he had with George Balderson, he doesn't have a short leg in, but he does still have both men back on the hook, just in case he drops it in and Venki wants to take it on. They tried that in the last over as well, actually, with McCurr. They stuck out another man on the hook, and then he kind of double bluffed him, bowled full, and the nick dropped short.
No gully, and only 2 slips. There it is in his locker. Lets it go by.
I wonder if that decision to come over the wicket was influenced by that 6 we saw in the previous over. Because coming around the wicket to the left-hander, if you do try bowl an in-swinger, it can be easy to bowl it into his arc when he knows it's not going to be hitting the stump, it's going to be a missing leg. And I wonder if he just doesn't want to give him that release shot.
Shot through the covers for 4. I think that's the angle that Worrall is looking to exploit, though. He'll always be in the game with the swing that he gets when any batter is jumping onto the front foot and throwing their hands at it, but that was a good shot.
Yeah, top of the bounce. He's a tall man, is Iyer. Well, I won't mind that at all. 5 down on day 4. Driving on the up to a bowler who's getting movement in the way Worrall is. It's a good shot to win for the batter on this occasion, but Worrall won't mind that at all. He'll feel in the game.
I can't stop thinking about this free cruise with Ambassador and the Cricket Legends. I can't stop thinking about it. I'm going to enter if I'm allowed. Nicely punched down the ground, but Burns does well.
Have you been on many cruises?
No, never. Never. But if Tudes is on it, I'd swim to that. Yeah, so just a reminder, there it is. It's up again. Scan that QR code to enter. God, our producer's good, isn't he, Jake? Yeah, scan that QR code. Get involved. Hospitality tickets for day one of the Surrey-Durham game here at Kia Oval. And from those 4 pairs of hospitality tickets up for grabs, one of those 4 lucky winners will be randomly drawn for the cruise. Beating him all ends up. Looked for a moment like he may have actually feathered it, but no. That movement is just down to Dan Worrall's genius. Another one ticks by. 37 gone, 104 for 5. Lancashire hanging in there. Just about.
Well, I think Ayer has sold a few Surrey members down the river here. Just he started walking behind him a little bit. You can see he turns to the left on your screen there, and I think just a few members thought that was him walking off, because there was a polite ripple of applause, as there tends to be.
Fabulous reaction by Ayer. He may as well have just thrown his bat in the air. What can a man do to that? It's been an education to watch Dan Worrall this morning.
Yeah,
we know he's good, but when he's on, there is nobody better in the game. Forget county cricket. Short one, goes for it. Thankfully for him, doesn't catch up with it. Surprise delivery by Conor McCurr. Got pace. It's tense, isn't it? You can feel it. Ticking up towards lunch. These two, the last 2 recognised batters really into the bowlers after this. Aspinwall is carded to come in next. Bowling all-rounder.
Just a pause here. Renke needs his shoelaces tied. Mid-on is graciously helping him out here.
Warwickshire are all out. So, Somerset need 3-6-9 to win. 3-6-9 to win. Minimum of 70 overs remaining in that one. Keep your eye on that across the course of the afternoon. It's a long haul, of course. It'll be one hell of a chase. But the onus is on Somerset, you feel, to try and force the issue here. Surrey still need to go down to Taunton in what could yet be a huge game in the context of this year's Champo. Punch down the ground beautifully, and he's got enough of that. Shot of the morning.
Yeah, beautiful shot that from Matty Hurst. Bit of a contrast to what we've seen from the other end. The free-flowing, swashbuckling nature of Ayer. Well, that's just a lovely, traditional drive down the ground from Hurst. Overpitched, leans on it, picks the gap. Yeah, just looking at that scorecard from that Somerset game, from the first innings, you look at that Somerset batting lineup, plenty of names in there who can certainly press the accelerator if they do need to get on with it in a significant chase later.
Exactly, that middle order of Banton, Rue and Aldridge, all big hitting players. And
Tom Abel at number 4, Tom Kohler-Cadmore opening the batting, he doesn't hang around.
It's there, they have the depth.
Even Craig Overton, he came in at, when did he go? What? He came in at 8. The first innings. God, that could be a cracker.
So, 2 men out, 3 men out in fact, one at deep third, a fine leg, at a deep square, and a man at, if you like, backward square leg, you would say. Again, for the pull hook, you would feel. And there it is. No short leg. I think he'd have had a job hauling that one in, but they might yet want to just get one more under there as the bottom hand comes off the bat. Play on the ego as well of the Indian overseas. It's good ploy, this, I like it.
Yeah, good battle. Very good battle. they just look like there's multiple ways of getting him out, doesn't it? You can pitch it up, you've got your 2 slips if you want to pitch it up and nick him off. If you want to try and bounce him out, they've got the protection. And even if he does just fend one off his hip, they have that catcher on the leg side.
Yeah, it's an excellent field. Slightly misdirected to end the 38th over.
Yeah, it's a strange period of time for Venkatesh. He hadn't played cricket since May in the IPL, any senior cricket. And then he comes over, and I think he's played 4 or 5 Metrobank games. And then his first Red Bull game in considerable amounts of time, it's the champions in their own patch and Dan Worrall doing Dan Worrall things.
Well, he's got a job to do here. It's time that he stepped up, really. Had a quiet game. That'll be 4. A rare misdirected Dan Worrall bullet, and Matty Hurst picks up another boundary into the 40s. Impressive stuff. Showing what a well-rounded player he is. 5th 4 for Matty Hurst this morning.
Yeah, second time he's gotten to the 40s in this game. 46 off 64 in the first innings. He's faced more deliveries in this innings, but of course a little bit more circumspect given the game situation. Six boundaries in that knock in the first dig. He's nearly matched that. That was his 5th time he's reached the fence in this innings.
And again, showing excellent judgment outside off. Been a feature of his knock here.
You wonder if you're Surrey, not that you don't want to bowl to Hurst, but do you just maybe drop point or put that extra man back on the leg side and just say, you know what, for the next 6 or so minutes until lunch, we want to bowl as many deliveries as possible at Venkatesh, given the way he's playing. Venkatesh wanted the strike there. It was hit straight to point. He's halfway down the track. He doesn't feel as in the game here, does Worrall. Well, he's never out of the game, day 4. Trying to bowl a side out is Dan Worrall, but with Hurst, it just doesn't, there isn't that expectation, there isn't that tension around the ground that there is as when he's bowls to Venkatesh.
Picks one up there though, which will leave at his face just one delivery. Probably going to be Dan Worrall's last over before lunch. Coming up at lunch, by the way, the great Jimmy Anderson and the great Adam Collins. I know. Brace yourself. Originally recorded on the Final Word podcast. Listen to Jimmy talking about his Lord's retirement, his role with England this summer, and what his future plans might be. Jimmy and Adam coming up this lunchtime.
It was a good pod, that. Listen to it already. Fascinating conversation with Jimmy. Made the headlines as well in terms of what he says might be next.
Played nicely off the hip, misdirected, and so Iyer will actually retain the strike, which probably no bad thing if you're a Surrey fielder out there, because you'll be on your toes with Iyer still relatively new to the crease, and with this plan with Conor McCurr trying to make things uncomfortable for Iyer just on the stroke of lunch here with a leg side heavy field, and indeed mention of that short leg option. I think they are going to go with it.
Yeah, 12th man has just come on with the helmet.
Yeah.
So they're going to have an extra man under the lid. like you said, that's a very good single for Surrey. I think that this is going to be a fascinating over. He's got the field set for the short ball. He's got the catchers in for that drive ball. Good contest.
And there it was. Was there a little bit of glove and hip bone there? Indeed, there was no signal from the umpire. So a whisker away. He's discomforted here. Bat's on the floor. He's holding his hip by the looks of it. I think it may have just caught maybe above the thigh pad. That will be nasty. He's okay for the moment.
Oh, right in the hip bone potentially.
Yeah.
That is nasty. At least it looks like some of the glove took the blow, but still, somebody's bowling 80 mile an hour.
Well, lunch is imminent, so he can get some work on that. Short again, played very nicely indeed. In complete control, but good work by Worrall, and so just a single. Good cricket this, all round. Iyer back on strike, perhaps somewhat reluctantly. He's got to shake off that pain in the hip bone or just above. He's got a job to do here. 4 deliveries. I think we know roughly where they're going to be. Rory Burns ringing the changes again.
Well, this probably was going to be the last over before lunch regardless, but I wonder if the few extra rubs on the hip were just from Iyer, just to make sure this is his final assignment.
Yeah, this is good. Burns put himself in at leg gully now.
He's got a kind of a close wide mid-on as well.
Conor McCurr slightly awry there. Just needs to get it a bit fuller. With his pace, it will still discomfort Iyer, you feel. That was too short.
Looks like there's a change of umpiring positioning here. I wonder if this is just a bit of clever cricket from the umpire. I think he's looking at the field. He's surrounded by 3 catchers on the leg side and gone, do you know what? There's probably a decent chance of a ball coming my direction here. I'm going to go over and stand at point where there's absolutely no fielder and probably no chance of the ball going anywhere near it.
Again, slightly too short, maybe half a yard too short, and so Iyer can get under that without any concerns.
Yeah, it's too easy for Iyer to see that length and just get out of the way. He needs to be trying to hit that hip. He's still holding it. He's still rubbing it. That's where he needs. Get him in the body. You don't even need to be going for that kind of throat high bouncer at this stage. He looks to be like he's just going to fend it off. Get it into the ribs.
Yeah, smart thinking by McCurr, but I am mindful of the double bluff, and so he's able to squeeze a single out off his bootlaces into the offside, and he will be mighty thankful to be at the other end for this final delivery.
Yeah, interesting to see what happens here. Hurst has actually taken on the short ball a few times recently, no less in this over. With 1 ball to go, does McCurr see if he just will have a little dart after it once again, see if he can buy 1 wicket, take 1 more in with them. It's already been a fantastic session for Surrey.
Matthew Hurst, more than equal to everything that Surrey have thrown at him this morning. He's played beautifully for his unbeaten 43. Surrey's morning, they've picked up 3. 4 indeed, of course. Sorry, 4. 3 to Daniel Worrall, who's been magical.
118 for 5, still trailed by 122 runs.
And so, deficit's 122. Lancashire 5 down 118, scrapping hard here. So much hinges on their 20-year-old keeper bat going into the afternoon session and on their Indian overseas as well, because if Surrey can break this partnership, then they are into the bowlers thereafter. So it's a long haul for the visitors, but they know what's at stake here. They have to fight tooth and nail to try and scavenge something from this game. Those 8 points for a draw could be absolutely crucial in the final analysis. Surrey doing it well up until now. Lancs 118 for 5 at lunch. And so, without further ado, these two legends of our game, Jimmy Anderson and Adam Collins, in conversation originally recorded on the Final Word podcast. Jimmy talking about his Lord's retirement, his role with England this summer, and what the future may yet hold. Here is that interview.
Final Word Cricket Podcast, and thrilled to have down the screen talking to me today, England's finest ever bowler, the most statistically prolific fast bowler in the history of the Test game, Jimmy Anderson. Welcome to the show. We've got about half an hour with you, so we're going to do this a little bit differently. Ordinarily, we'd like to spend, 60 or 90 minutes talking to our guests. We'll do it as well as we can. First and foremost, big couple of months for you. How you feeling?
Yeah, good. It's been a strange few months. I'm still not sure whether it's sort of sunk in yet that I'm retired from international cricket, but yeah, it's been interesting. But I loved the sort of last few weeks. Lords was amazing. The send off there and the reaction of people was incredible. And then moving into a slightly different role has been good as well. I've enjoyed it. Enjoyed sort of staying around the group. I think it was good that I didn't have that sort of clean sort of break from the team and just go into the wilderness. It was nice to sort of stick around and still be with the team, but in a slightly different role.
Yeah, looking forward to sort of getting into all that with you. Ordinarily we'd go back and tell the whole story of your cricketing life, but instead I'm going to use a model that we used a few years ago with Maxi, where I've simply jumped on Google and found the most 10 asked questions about Jimmy Anderson. Now, BBC History Extra podcast also used that format. I think they stole it from us. They must be Final Word listeners. So we'll do all of that. Before we get to this, though, the reason we've got you today, and I want to give you a chance to have a couple of half volleys here, is an ECB program called We Play Our Way. Yourself, Heather Knight, Ben Stokes, a host of others. You could talk us through it. This big push to get more people involved in community cricket, especially kids, after some really impressive numbers that the ECB were able to register in 2023.
Yeah, well, when I got asked to sort of get involved with this and be a part of it, it was a no-brainer for me because of the way I got into cricket. In Burnley, the school I went to didn't really play, and I was fortunate that my dad played for a local club, so I got involved that way. So I feel quite lucky in the path that I've taken, and obviously it's not the easiest sport to get involved in, or hasn't been in the past. Certainly with the cost of equipment, the facilities needed, it's always been quite tricky. So I think to get involved in this, to get people playing, the impact that cricket has had on my life. Obviously, it's been a huge part of my life, but I think not only that, it's actually sort of molded me as a person as well. It's really helped me with all sorts of different skills and sort of learn a lot about myself. I've made a lot of friends. So I think it was, as I said, it was a no-brainer for me to get involved, to try and encourage more children to play, to give them the opportunity to play and experience the game. And the funding that the government funding that was made available was sort of going to hopefully springboard that. We've got some amazing charities in the UK, cricket charities, that have been trying for years to get cricket into state schools, to get cricket into inner cities. And this funding will hopefully just give that the push that it needs to spread this far and wide across the UK.
Yeah, it feels like the whole aim of the game is to lower the barrier for entry, right, for kids, especially those that don't come from areas of privilege associated with, the Taverners, Chance to Shine, MCC Foundation, then All Stars and Dynamos for young kids, and how successful that's been in the last 6 or 7 years. Over 1 million kids in England got a chance last year to play cricket, and it feels like a lot of this is being funneled through a website where you can... I had a crack at it the other day, Jimmy, when the ECB sent it through to me, and the team that Felix and I play for put in a couple of search terms for games near us, and remarkable how many teams I'd never even heard of. And surely that's the way for
young people to see that it's only 800 metres up the road where I can find a team and subscribe and play next year or something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just that's the whole point of it, is to make it more accessible, to give people opportunities to play, whether it's kids at school, whether it's finding a local club, finding, as you said, there's so many clubs out there that are looking for players. It's boys and girls as well. It's men and women. There's plenty of women's teams popping up around on the club circuit as well. So there's so many opportunities out there to play at the minute, but it's trying to increase that, trying to increase the visibility of those teams, and also build more opportunities. Whether it's, as I said, I think the ECB are trying to get 15 domes, I think, these cricket domes. So there's one in Bradford that's gone up, and that's been a huge success. So trying to get to those areas where there might not be the field that you to play cricket, or we know what the weather's like in the UK. So to have like these roofed domes where you can, they're big enough to play a full size 11-a-side game. You can half them and play a slightly smaller game, but it's just giving people a chance to get out there and play, because as we've said, it potentially people will look at cricket and think it's not that accessible. It's not for them. They think the people that play it maybe a certain type of person. When you see the England team and the amount of privately educated guys we've got in that team, it can feel like it's a bit closed off to certain people. But I think for me, and certainly Ben Stokes, who's involved in Heather, we're very passionate about trying to get cricket out to as many people as possible.
Yeah, so that website, we'll pop it in the show notes. It's pretty straightforward, ecb.co.uk/play. Thanks for talking us through that, Jimmy. Into our Google search terms, only the appropriate ones. I'll leave out the ones that you probably want brought up on a podcast interview. Or maybe you do, I don't know. The first one that comes up these days anyway is Jimmy Anderson retirement. Let's start there. So how does that sit, former England fast bowler? Because, this has been your identity for over 20 years and now it's not. Just interested in how that, in the very short term you've been away from being a professional, how that feels right now, at least in an England context.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've really had chance to let that sink in or try and get my head around it. I went straight from playing. 48 hours later, I was bowling mentor or coach or whatever you want to call it. So I've not actually left that environment yet. So it still feels like I'm a big part of that test setup. And I'm sure that'll carry on throughout the summer. I think as time goes on, I'm sure it'll sink in more. And when people ask me what I do for a living, and that question now is a bit trickier than what it has been for the last 20 years. But I feel all right about it at the minute. I feel really privileged that I got to play the game professionally for 20 odd years. So, I just feel privileged and proud that I've managed to achieve what I have. And, I'm actually quite excited about what's next, because I don't know what that is. And I think that excites me. I've still got plenty of options, whether it is the coaching side of it, whether it's the media side of it, or whether it's still playing in some capacity for a couple more years. I still feel like that's not off the table. The way that my body feels, the way that I've been bowling in recent years, I still feel like I potentially could have something to offer on that front as well.
Just a point of clarification, Jeff and I have had a number of scraps on the podcast, and I've seen a lot of it online as well, where people are very angry that you don't play anymore. They feel like there's been this stitch up where you're still in the best 11. But the way you explained it, certainly on tail enders when the announcement was made, is that you decided that Lords was the right thing for you. Once it had been indicated to you that it was going to be the last summer, that you said, no, actually, I want to stop where I started. Is that essentially it? That had you wished to play more this summer, there would have been opportunities for you to do so, but you saw Lords as the best jumping off point for you?
No, I don't think that it wasn't really a case of being able to play the whole summer. So it was kind of Lords or never again. So I decided I wanted to have one more go in England, because I felt like I wanted my family and friends to see me play one more time. And yeah, it was an amazing test match in Dharmashala, getting 700 wickets. I was thrilled with that, but I felt like I wanted to play one more time in England.
Interesting, yeah. So that there is that subtlety to it, that it wasn't like you could have played a test at Old Trafford, that there was that line drawn. And I mean, I guess you have said already, or acknowledged already, that you needed that tap on the shoulder. I think the interview you did with Aggers was to that effect, where you're the kind of cricketer who was hardwired in such a way that if you're still getting picked when you were 46, you would have been playing Test cricket when you were 46. I think that's commendable, but that's kind of how you see it as well, that it required someone at some point saying, right, we think this is the right time for it to end.
Well, yeah, I think, I mean, I always just thought that as long as I'm good enough to get in the team and as long as I'm fit enough, not letting anyone down, then I'd keep going as long as possible. But obviously, everything's got to end at some point, and England felt like it was, this was a good time to have a look at other players. They've got the Ashes in 18 months, so they wanted to go in a different direction. And I guess, it happened to me a couple of years ago with the West Indies tour, and I didn't feel like that was the right time for me, and felt a bit aggrieved with how it was done as well. Just a quick phone call to say you're not going to the West Indies, and we're going in different directions. So I think this time it felt a little bit more like more thought had gone into it. Like actually, probably different for me as well. Now Stuart had retired as well. It probably felt like maybe it was the right time. So I wouldn't say I was happy about it, but I didn't kick off or anything. I didn't feel particularly upset about it, and having the opportunity to stay around the group and in a slightly different role interested me as well. So, yeah.
And look, it was the perfect 3 days, right? You flogged them in the test match. You couldn't have bowled much better in the second dig. I suppose always nice to leave people wanting a little bit more, necking the pint on the balcony like you're a member of the royal family after a wedding, palace kind of energy. Interesting. Just on that, we had Greg James on with, I guess 6 months ago or something like that now, for a long chat with him, and he speaks lovingly of you, but notes that you're out of the three of you, or the 3.5 if you want to include Matt not being a celebrity in another field, but you three who have been, that you find that the most difficult to deal with, that Felix and Greg find it easier to deal with that perhaps than you do, and that's interesting that at the end you seem so open to it and embraced it on that final few days at Lord's. You were happy to lap up the adulation.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there were parts of it that I found awkward that week. For example, just before we went on the field, there was a video played, and we were waiting sort of in the entrance to the long room, and I just wanted to get out on the field and play at that point. So there were parts of it where I thought this turned into a bit of a benefit game, which I didn't feel comfortable with because it was obviously a test match that we wanted to win. But also, speaking to teammates and friends before that week, they're like, "You've got to milk it, mate. Milk it as much as you can." So I thought, it's never going to happen to me again. So yeah, I mean, the back end, that pint that I drank on the balcony, I just popped my head out to see the amount of fans that there were on the field, because I'd never seen fans on Lord's before. It happened in the 80s, I think, but I've never seen them be allowed onto the field. So just to see a sea of people on the outfield at Lord's was incredible. And I popped my head out, and it didn't twig that they might be just staring straight up at the balcony. And then from then on, it was peer pressure to go back out and neck a pint. So I thought I'd oblige.
Priceless memories. I know a lot of cricketers. I'm sort of one of them. So I'm never going to retire. I'm going to play till I'm 70. Clary Grimmett was still inventing deliveries when he was in his 60s in his backyard. I see a little bit of that in you, right? You've said on your pod before that you think you'll always have that bowler's mentality. You've already alluded to it to an extent, but there's a lot of interest in you as it relates to Lancs next year, and maybe even some club cricket with Burnley. Like, where's your head at the moment with actually going down the pyramid, like some other greats of the game have done? Mike Gadding was playing club cricket for 25 years after he retired. Merv Hughes played all the way down the pyramid until the very end as a fast bowler deep into the 2000s. Do you feel like that's a way you can make a contribution?
I definitely think I want to I feel like there's something there that I still want to play a little bit more, but I just don't know what that is yet, and I'm pretty open to anything at the minute. And I guess this will become clearer as time goes on, as the rest of the year progresses. There's 2 test tours in the winter. I'm not sure whether I'll be on them as a in this role that I've got at the minute for the rest of the summer. So there's plenty of things to think about, and I don't know. I just need to sit down and chat to people about it. I really don't know. I feel at the minute that I watch 100 and see the ball swinging around in the first 20 balls and think I can do that. I can still do that. I'm still like, I don't know whether that is a viable option to maybe see if I could do a job in white ball cricket, franchise cricket, something I've never done. And obviously, we've got there's Lancashire as well, who have been amazing with me, and I've not probably had the time to sort of give back to them. I've played more tests than I have first class games for Lancs. I've whenever I've gone back, I've tried my very best and loved it. But I think there's maybe something there where I do feel like I could give something back to the club.
Suspect that answer is going to make a lot of people very happy hearing that you're still keen to keep bowling in some capacity, even the white ball stuff, quite like that. Next Google term here, Jimmy Anderson test wickets total. We've dealt with this a little bit. I suppose there was a little bit of, will you take 9 wickets and overtake Warney in your final test? But I guess you had to surrender to that not being realistic when you were only playing the 1. The stat that jumped out at me, though, in the final week, which was not as impressive, but pretty bloody impressive, 40,000 test deliveries. I mean, the ability to keep doing it, to push so far beyond what any other fast bowler was able to achieve, and the fact that it's entirely plausible that no fast bowler will ever do what you've done again, that must feel so satisfying, that all the hard work, all those runs at 6 o'clock in the morning, all those days in the gym, all those operations have made it, got you to this point and got you off at that point as well to, 705 or 6 test wickets, whatever you finished up with.
Yeah, well, I do feel proud. Touch wood, I've never had an operation, so I think that's probably something that's
right.
That's something that's helped me keep going for as long as I have, which is unusual for a fast bowler. But I feel so lucky that I've been able to do it for as long as I have. I've been given this body that can somehow cope with the stresses of Test cricket. Obviously, I have worked hard at fitness, recovery, technique, all these things that help you or help maintain that sort of ability to play at the highest level. But yeah, I enjoyed all those things. I think that's the one thing that, like, when people retire, they say, "Oh, I just fell out of love with the gym," or "I couldn't do another warm up," or whatever it might be. There's other things around the cricket that maybe people don't see that take an effect on someone's decision when it comes to retiring. But I still loved all that stuff. I loved like having 2 months off and then going in the gym every day and seeing the physical change and see how you're getting ready to play a series. It was just really really something that I loved, and I think that's part of the reason I want to keep playing, actually, is so I've got a reason to go in the gym, because I don't want to turn into an old has-been fast bowler who looks like he's wintered well, should we say.
Yeah. Speaking to a cricketer the other day that said, one day I'm going to retire and get fat and play golf, and was like saying that with relish. But yeah, you're obviously cut from a slightly different mould. And, just, I guess, moving away from cricket a bit, the next term is Jimmy Anderson age, right? And you turned 42 a week and a half ago, whatever it is. And these things do catch up with you. I turned 40 next week, and I've been thinking more and more about this, that, you're no longer, by definition, you're not young when you turn 40, right? I mean, you are in middle age. But the difference with you, I suppose, is that you've always been able to stay young by virtue of what your day job is, playing a young person's sport, or should I say a sport which keeps you young. how do you feel ready to be a middle-aged man, like outside of cricket and doing other things that middle-aged blokes do, and your hair going grey and not being able to stay in as good a physical condition and other things that naturally happen with the aging process?
Yeah, I'm not ready for that at all. No, I'll keep putting that off. I think I definitely think cricket's kept me young. I think sharing a dressing room with younger guys, playing sport, playing catch for a living, and just mucking around, just being stupid. I love being stupid. Love the everything that comes with touring and being part of a dressing room. The pranks and everything else, the laughs that you have, taking the mickey out of each other. That's something that I'll definitely miss if I ever do leave that dressing room environment. But yeah, I think I guess there are times when you think, oh, I'm getting old, but I do think it's a mindset. Like, just because this number's next to your name doesn't mean you have to start acting like that. Doesn't mean you have to start feeling like that or behaving like that. I think it's completely a mindset, and my body at no stage has started to feel like it's 42. I'll still, dive around at tennis court when I play with my kids, or, I'll still dive around in the field if I play for Burnley in 5 years' time or whatever. So, I think until I literally can't move, then I'm going to keep messing around and try and act as young as possible.
And there must be so much gratitude for your body for that, right? Like, people call you a freak to be able to do what you've done. I know a lot of work underpins it, but still, you've got a body that's not required an operation. I'm staggered to hear that all the way through, not even a tidy up surgery, like almost every cricketer has that experience of being cut open, general anaesthetic, recovery and so on. That's not been part of your story. The very fact that you were still bowling in the mid-80s in your final test, one of the questions here, what's Jimmy Anderson's fastest ball? Well, that's a number of years ago, but you were still able to bowl at a pace that was genuinely lively all the way through to the end. You could probably do it if I chucked you a cricket ball right now. Like, there must be that, like, so much gratitude that you've got a body that's let you do what you can do.
Absolutely, yeah. I feel so fortunate. Like, I don't know how it's happened. Both my mum and dad are quite short. I guess 5'8" and 5'6", 5'5". So I'm 6'2", and I've got a body that's just, it feels like I was made to bowl quick, to be a bowler. I can't remember the rest of the question now. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's just that, how grateful you are to your body.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, so I feel fortunate that I've got the body I have, and I feel like that's part of the reason why I want to keep going. Like, while it's still functioning, then use it. While I still can bowl, there will be a time when I can't turn my arm over at all, and I can't bowl at 50 miles an hour, never mind 80. So while I can do that, I want to keep doing it.
Yeah, the beauty of that is you can still become an off spinner. I played a game with Andy Caddick last week, who you played with at the start of your career.
Yeah,
it's now bowls off. He's quite usefully too. Going back to that world, actually, and Jimmy Anderson debut is one of these Google terms that comes up, and it is another world, right? Like, Stewie's in his 60s. I was there at your international debut in 2002 at the MCG, the day that Warnie's shoulder went pop. It was also the day when you turned out. The names on those team sheets are of a completely different generation. Like, almost everyone on there feels like, or sounds like a relatively old man, except for you. Do you sort of feel that sometimes, that you did? Do you recognise that these were guys you actually played against and competed against at the highest level?
Yeah, I mean, it is sort of. I don't know how I feel about it. It's amazing to think that I've sort of, my career's span across this, a few generations, I guess. Looking at those, I remember that my debut really, really well, and bowling at Gilchrist and Hayden, who I'd watched destroying them for years through the late 90s and early 2000s. And then all of a sudden I'm playing against them was just surreal. And And then I'm sure in the future guys will say that, the young guys that weren't born when I've made my debut, that I've played with in the last few weeks, they'll be saying that in 20 years' time.
Yeah, there's that nice link in the chain with you and Jamie Smith now, I guess, as the most logical person being a batter, his career likely to go for a long stretch of time, and how capable he is. But, T20 wasn't invented when you made your international debut.
Really?
I think the way just the world has changed around you. My favourite factoid about your longevity is that your first list day game in a knockout comp for the Lakes board in 2000 was against Suffolk. So I guess the minor counties were invited to play in that at the time. And you bowled to Derek Randall. Derek Randall is 73 years old and made his professional debut in the mid-1960s. I mean, I wonder if you even remember that. Do you remember fronting up and playing against Derek Randall in his mid-40s or something like that? Late 40s.
I do. And is this because I said I feel young and I'm trying to stay young and you're trying to make me feel really old?
Not exactly, but I think there is an interest in just like how you've been able to span the generations in this way. And Randall, I mean, when people think of Derek Randall, they think of the centenary test, right?
I remember it well because I had a video of a night VHS, like that is old, of, I think it was called like 101 Great Wickets or something like that. And Derek Randall was on there a couple of times doing these run-outs and then this celebration for, I think it was for Notts. And then all of a sudden, all these years later, that would have been in the 80s when I watched that video. And then 20 years later, I'm opening the bowling against him, opening the batting. And it was very surreal. I actually did mention that in the dressing room. So in recent times, it got brought up, but it's more by the younger guys. Like, who did you play against? So, like, I presented Jamie Smith his cap, and I said when I made my debut at Lord's, there was another Surrey keeper that day, and it was Alex Stewart, who he obviously knows, but is now in his 60s. So it is weird for these guys. So they were asking about that, and when I mentioned Derek Randall, not many of them had heard of him, which was the scary thing. Like, they're that young that they don't even know a lot of the players that I played against.
Brilliant. Love all of that. This is a slightly unusual one, but I thought it was worth raising in the context of T20 cricket. Jimmy Anderson net worth, right? People want to know how much money you got and that kind of thing. Very online, inquisitive, voyeuristic, and so on. You're widely depicted as the best fast bowler to do it, or at least, the most prolific fast bowler. People make their own subjective judgments on who the best bowler is. They're lovely words and so on, right? But the financial side of things for you being your craft isn't valued as much in T20 land, in franchise land, by the market. So there's probably hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cricketers who are nowhere near as well known or as well accomplished as you, who have earned more money than you. I know the generation before you, right? The guys who are in their 50s now feel a little bit aggrieved that all these blokes came along and became multi-millionaires times over through the IPL and so on, and they can be a bit sniffy about that. Like, is that ever something that's kind of occurred to you, that had you done something else in the game, not that you could change your discipline, I suppose, but it's a bit frustrating maybe that your particular discipline, bowling swing at a really high level, is perfect for Test cricket, but isn't perfect for the modern T20 game where people make the most amount of money, and the contradiction in all of that?
No, it's not frustrating. I think, of course, guys now are going to make the most of the money that's going around franchise cricket. You'd be stupid not to. And the thing for me is I'd love to think that even if I was maybe born 10 years later, I'd still love Test cricket and still want to play Test cricket, because I do feel like that is the ultimate test of you as a player, as a person. You go through so many emotions in over 5 days. And what I can never quite get my head around is seeing, I love the Test cricket, but working a batter out. In T20 cricket, you maybe don't necessarily have to do that as much. So when I see a guy bowling a wide full toss and getting caught deep point and then celebrating the wicket like he's just got a hat-trick, I struggle with that. But that's just a different generation. It doesn't frustrate me. I feel fortunate that I've played in the era that I have with central contracts. We've been looked after brilliantly. Without central contracts, I would not have played as long as I have. There's so many guys in the era just before me who would have played a test match and then gone straight to a county game. So it was so arduous as a bowler. So you just getting through a season was an achievement. unscathed. So I feel really fortunate that my career's been lengthened by the introduction of central contracts. And yeah, I mean, well, I've got a few years left, I reckon, to try and eke out a few pounds in the franchise league.
This will be the news point, Jim. You know how these things work, right? The story out of this in the paper is going to be Anderson opened the T20 office. And who knows? I mean, your first T20 is in the, I had a look at this as well, is in the first year of the Blast playing, I don't know what it's called then, the T20 Cup or whatever it was. Ian Harvey took 108 not out off you guys in a Roses game, right? Imagine 20 years later fronting up and playing in I don't know, whether it's in the 100 or playing somewhere around the world. There are plenty of competitions for you, Jim. And I know that you've taken more one-day wickets for England than anybody else. That is interesting that you might reconsider what your skill set is in the context of the modern game, and there might be actually something there for you. That's not crazy.
No, I mean, I don't know, like, how seriously I'm actually thinking about this myself right now. It's just, I guess once that the retirement thing becomes reality, it's then not like your head goes to, right, where can what can I do next? Where can I go? What sort of thing do I want to do? And as I said, the bowling thing is still a definite option for me, as the way my body feels right now, the way my head is. So yeah, I mean, I think that certainly from a skills point of view, the way Test cricket's gone, certainly bowling at the England lads in the nets, you've got to have like change ups and slow balls and all that sort of stuff. We constantly talk about it and work on it as bowlers, and so I don't think that would be an issue. But yeah, it's just, I mean, again, is there a sort of, I don't know how much what's the word, like how much people would want a 42-year-old bowler in their team, so we'd have to wait and see.
What's that thing? There's still plenty of shirts, at the very least, so maybe that could be, you could leverage off that deep in your career. Last thing I've got written down here from Google is Jimmy Anderson family. I guess that's another part of this, right? You've been on the road, you've lived on the road in so many respects. Now you get to be with your girls more. That was obviously very special. The only time you seemingly cried during the whole of the 3 days at Lord's, I'm sure there were your own private moments, but was when they rang the 5-minute bell on morning one in the pavilion. That I suppose is a really positive thing about this move in your life, that you can be with them just the more days of the year than has otherwise been possible.
Yeah, I think it will be just as weird for them though as it will be for me, because they've certainly, the kids have spent their whole life with me as a cricketer. They know nothing else. They've enjoyed coming on Ashes tours for Christmas away in Australia, and coming to all the tests in England during the summer and stuff like that. So it's going to be just as weird for them. But that's why I really enjoyed that moment, because without their support, without my wife's support, none of this would have been possible. I wouldn't have carried on for as long as I have, without them pushing me and encouraging me and supporting me. So that moment when they rang the bell, for me, it was like amazing for them to have their own little moment and something that they'll remember for the rest of their lives. So I think that's why I got quite emotional about it, because of how big a part they've been in my career. They get a little piece of their own sort of memories to take with them.
Well, Jimmy, our 30 minutes is up. That's been fun, getting to do it that way with you. We could have done, I suspect we could have done one of these, 2 hour every moment of your career, but that's a nice way to do it, and also a nice place to leave it. Congratulations on what's been such a sensational, stellar career as a fast bowler. All the other work that you're doing, the program that we mentioned off the top will be in the show notes. So if you are a budding cricketer, or even if you've never played before, like this is what I'm finding, kind of going back and playing some friendly cricket, it's people who've never played and they love it, and good on them for it. So there is that opportunity to jump on the website and find somewhere to play next year, and we look forward to seeing the next chapter of the Jimmy Anderson story, whatever it will be, whichever Google search terms it will spawn. Thanks for joining the final word, and thanks for everything you've done.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for having me.
Mark Wood's pretty good at cricket. He was instrumental in levelling the Ashes 2-all last summer. And his fitness levels, taken as a whole, since about 2019 have been pretty good.
Yeah.
And with a couple of exceptions, especially given what he does for a living, which is hurl himself down the track like a 100-metre sprinter.
Yeah. Remarkable, that 2019 resurgence when Mark Wood was running in basically shorter than most fast bowlers, and someone said to him, have you considered not doing that?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, okay. And then he becomes, kind of twice the bowler with and twice as available as well.
Yeah.
Like, imagine if he'd done that from the start.
Quite.
Yeah.
Hartley's looking competent so far. But yeah, I think that there's probably a book in that. Maybe there is. Emma John's book about cricket in the 90s in England taps into this theme a lot, that there's this conditioning. Maybe a lot of it is to do with the fact that the 90s don't feel that long ago, when England sides were seen as being as weak as they ever were, I guess, at different moments.
Yeah, and we are now again settling into a period where...
Look to nibble, a bit too much bounce to find the edge, beautifully bowled by Clark again.
Where England have just gone a little bit now without a men's Ashes victory.
Yeah.
Since 2015, that is actually, be over a decade since they've won the even if they do next time. Obviously, it sort of felt like the balance was evening up, but
both sides
draws.
Both sides are suffering a little bit from that drought. Australia having not won here since 2001, which I know has been an enormous weight on the shoulders of a whole group of Aussies. Having won every series here between 89 and 2001 without really breaking a sweat. They're not winning since then. Obviously 05 being the turning point, end of the over, 120 for 6. So they're halfway to where they need to be. 240 was the first innings deficit. And from that point on, England win in 2005. 2009, which was a much better series than people remember it. That decider here, that was a cracking series. Had a lot of different twists and turns. 2013, which was perhaps not quite as good a series, but had some great moments. The Nottingham Test match especially.
2 great games, even if not a great series. Yeah.
Yes, Durham and Trent Bridge. Yeah. And then 2015, where Australia went to the Midlands and completely capitulated for a fortnight, and that was a really well executed play by the England bowlers, rolling through them. It's like it took them a little while in 2015. It was the first Ashes series I covered as a travelling journo, and it took them a couple of test matches to work out Australia's vulnerability was going to be against the moving ball, even if it meant risking England's batters being exposed to Stark, Hazelwood, who were leading the attack at the time, maybe Peter Siddle, if they picked him, which they didn't until too late. Yeah, that was a risk, but the bigger risk for Australia's batters, they worked it out in time for Edgbaston.
Yeah. And
Edgbaston and Trent Bridge were heavy defeats for Australia before coming back to the Oval and winning on a flatter track here, as they did at Lords.
Well, it was London, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Two defeats there, as it was actually, I think, to other sort of hard-fought long series in that India series they extended into 2022.
Yep.
India won the 2 London tests.
Oh, yeah.
Lost 2 elsewhere.
And same with Pakistan in 16, with Pakistan winning the 2 London
true.
Test matches, and there's a bit of a through line here.
Yeah. I mean, we talk about London being separated from the rest of the country. It's the international city.
Yeah, I nearly fell into the trap the other day of repeating a joke I made in an article about that in 2016, and it was sort of a bit of a Brexit intro there, which I found. But anyway, just probably get in trouble if I go any further. But they're the baggage that Australian cricket carry around about not winning in England when it was seen as something that they just did routinely. And on the other side of it, England having not won an Ashes series since 2015. So that next series, the one that we were discussing earlier today in Australia, where England have won so infrequently since the war. I mean, you look at when they were successful in Australia and how significant a deal that was. I mean, if you want to go back sort of 55 years, you've got the Illingworth team of 1970-71. Have to wait again until 78-79, which was an unusual summer due to World Series cricket. So they won 5-1, but it was an odd series. 86-87, 2010-11. I mean, there've been a lot of other series where it's been Australia dominant at home against England.
Yeah, and that's where your reputation, as much as all Test cricket is important. That is where your reputation will be decided. Basically, Mike Gatting, people think of him as sort of a Test captain, an estimable Test captain. He won 2 Tests as captain on that series in Australia.
Yeah. The 2 that mattered most, you could say. It's a fair point. You do get judged on a different curve when it comes to those traditional, or the oldest rivalry in cricket anyway. Good leave to finish. A quiet passage of play since that wicket fell. 3 runs out of the cross about 4.5 overs. 121 for 6. The score. The Stokes in Australia with McCullum, presumably with Rob Key overseeing the whole thing. 18-month run-up. An Australian team that will almost certainly be on the older side, because I can't really see them changing the 4 bowlers. I can't really imagine a scenario where it's not the same 4 Aussies again for another Ashes stoush. Add to that Steve Smith, who is clearly closer to the end than he is to the start, but they won't run the gauntlet with him finishing before playing England, who have been his best opponent over a long period of time. Is Usman Khawaja still playing? Probably, I would say probably. There'll be barely a player apart from Cam Green with a 2 in front of their age in that lineup.
Yeah, and you look at
what's happened there. That's hit the inside edge and nearly gone back onto the off stump, but it gets to final leg and Hurst moves to 45.
Even Marnus Labuschagne, who was obviously he's got a lot more cricket to play, but had that stunning start to Test career, and there's just been maybe a natural reversion to the mean since then. I think also England, that they probably might not admit this fully publicly, but they might think to themselves they kind of haven't had a fair crack at Australia in some ways. In Australia, like there's always been build up, but then hampered by something. Obviously, last time round was COVID, which had I think a profound effect that still probably hasn't been fully discussed or reckoned with in some ways.
It was just an awful 2 months in Australia.
Yeah,
covering it over there, it was no one was enjoying it from either side really. The series felt like it was wrapped up on day one when England were popped in. England were popped in and all that for 150, and they weren't popped in, were they? Joe Root won the toss and batted on a 10 out of 10 bowl first kind of day, and the rest from there just drifted so quickly that by the time we got to Hobart for that 5th test, the mental checkout factor was very high.
Yeah.
Horrible circumstances. And then with COVID, people were getting. It was like even colleagues of ours were getting locked down for 2 weeks in hotels. It was grim. The whole thing was. So you're right. That last series, I know Broad described it as void. Use whatever language you want, but it did not feel like a normal Ashes series. It felt very different.
Yeah, and then the one before that did feel like a normal Ashes series, but England will still look and think that question mark of what would have happened if Ben Stokes hadn't, if he'd been available for that tour, given they were riding high after that.
Oi,
that start to Joe Root's captaincy.
Yes, that's not a bad point. I think they were more widely outclassed in that series. It didn't feel it just felt like they were lacking for a genuinely quick bowler on that one. They thought Jake Ball was going to be the guy, right? And that's no criticism of Ball. It's just more that he wasn't as quick and hostile as you need to be to play that role in Australia. Yeah. And Wood wasn't about. He was injured. And it's just pre-Archer, of course.
Yeah, they picked a couple of guys who had sort of done it before, but weren't quite at that level at that time as well. So, obviously Toby Rowan-Jones as well.
Toby Rowan-Jones, great call. Yeah, he was 1 foot on that plane. It was the last game that Middlesex were playing at Lords for the season. Day one, I was there covering it and went off the ground. No one really knew what was going on, and within a few hours, it was like, he's done. Stress fracture. That's it. Wow.
Yeah.
Life can move pretty fast. Went fishing, didn't catch up with it. Thought he had for a moment there, Hurst.
Yeah, I don't mind that shot so much as the Venkateshwar one, because that was wider. It was just the extra lift, I think. And he in the end, I think he's beaten, but he's not had a full-blooded go at it, I think.
And the series before that, 13-14, just to go on your trend of where it's not. That was I mean, there was like, England gave themselves an opportunity in all 5 Test matches. They had Australia 5 for not enough in the first innings of all 5.
Yeah.
And it was Australia's lower order and the ability just to turn the screws when they were bowling.
Well, we obviously it's Johnson's ashes, but it's Haddon's ashes as well.
Of course it is. Yeah, absolutely. Here's Curran. One that swings the other way, but Hartley's equal to it.
See a quieter pasture of play out here, but I think it's encouraging how Matty Hurst has played it in particular.
Yep.
This was the stage in his innings when he had that rush of blood in the first innings, but with Iyer going, any thoughts of a counter-attack sort of knocked on the head by that. He has just bedded in. Hartley shaped up pretty well, so Lancashire aren't going to let Surrey have it easy here.
Yeah, like Hurst just playing his 12th first-class game, got 100, but yeah, this is an important time in his fledgling career at age 20. Been through the 19s, England 19 setup.
It's good in the 100.
As a lot of them have, yes, played some good cricket in the 100 a couple of weeks ago for the originals. Got a 78 against the Superchargers and a half century against the Invincibles. Oh, again, that's that Curran outswinger that means that Hartley's got to come forward. He's 2 from 18 now, so he's clearly just trying to dig in. Can't afford not to play that line from Curran. Curran's Yorker. I think folks thought it might hit the boot first, but it didn't. Here's from the Merseyside, Hurst.
Yeah, the peculiar absence of the Merseyside cricketer from the top level in general. You get a few that creep in, but not as many as you'd expect for what is otherwise such a sporting hotbed.
Has to be right in surreybroadcast@gmail.com. There must be some sociological reason why that part of England isn't, with some notable exceptions, and that's another beauty from Curran, isn't anywhere near as prolific, if you want, in producing top flight players in this sport as it is to others. There must be something. There must be some overarching reason for this.
Yeah, I think so, but I guess it's partly that. I feel partly it's tied to Lancashire and the. Sometimes because I know that the Mersey club cricket scene is hard fought, and you get real legends of the game up there. I mean, you know, there's some famous Liverpudlians in the world of cricket media, obviously.
Squeezed through. Good shot, Hartley. Played under his eyes, took on the short boundary with minimum of risk. It's his first 4 up to 6 partnership. It's only worth 9, but they've batted for 25 minutes or so together now, and that's just what Lancashire needed after losing Venkatesh Iyer from the second ball of the session, caught behind from Clark. I don't expect it'll be long before we see Dan Worrall brought back to have another crack, but it'll be Clark for the time being. I mean, it was in Liverpool where Lancs played throughout 2011 when they won the comp. That was the year they were spinning the square around at Old Trafford, and
yes, that's right.
They had the year where they were off on the outgrounds. And there's the Liverpool League, which is again like a lot of those northern leagues that are in hushed tones. The Bradford League, the Lancashire leagues, the Liverpool League. You know,
the Cobains. I think Ian Cobain has played a bit for Lancashire, a bit overseas as well. They're a sort of a dynasty up there, I think. Do you know that Liverpool's Ian Sykes once took a catch for Surrey in the county championship?
Yeah. Top edge doesn't quite carry to the 2 sweepers out there. Hurst wants 2, gets 2. He's a few away from a 50 now. I only know the very vague brushstrokes. I know it involves Adam Hollyoak, but you better fill in the gaps here. This is your boss, by the way, the czar of Wisden.com.
Yes,
Ian
exactly.
Sykes.
Yeah, and back in his early days, he was I think a budding writer, and at that point the company that it was then were doing some work with Surrey, producing the All Out Surrey magazine. and Surrey had wrapped up the championship by this point and were coming home to the Oval for a coronation. So they were sort of, joking around. Sykes and Adam Hollyoake are fond friends even now. He's always popping into the office, is Hollyoake. So Hollyoake says, well, why don't you come in and join the celebrations? And then he turns up one day and is like, do you fancy fielding? And Sykes like, you kidding? He's like, no, let's get your whites on.
Really well played. That'll take Hurst to a half century. Just over pitching a little bit there, Clark, and Hurst, who got 43 in the first dig. Of course, his maiden first class 100 was earlier this season. Well, he's halfway to another here, and he's batted through some tough times, coming in at number 5 and reaches the milestone with a compact square drive off Clark.
Yeah, lovely way to get there. I mean, it's a bit of a freebie, but they have to be put away, and he's timed it so sweetly that he hasn't tried to hit it at all, really. And there's a score out there for him. So Ian Sykes is he gets in his kit and running some drinks, doing some fielding, and then all of a sudden there's one hooked out to the square boundary. He settles underneath it, he takes it, and there he is. He's actually not officially in the scorebook, because I think it was only the year after or 2 years after when they start putting in court sub with the brackets. So if you go to the last game of the season and see court sub, that's Ian Sykes.
Stitched up. Ends the over 7 off a busier one. 134 for 6. The over where Hurst brought up his half century. 6th time in first class cricket he's reached 50. So right, imagine that. I mean, there are some remarkable examples of those who have subfielded over the journey, but being brought in because you're a drinking buddy of the championship winning captain and asked to field in the final game, that's right up there.
Yeah.
I think Brian Waddle nearly got a test match for New Zealand when there was Brian Waddle being the long-term voice of cricket on the radio in New Zealand. He was on a tour in the 80s, I think it was the 80s, and there was a bout of gastro went through the New Zealand side, and it was so pronounced that they were struggling to field an 11, and there was a question asked as to whether he could play, and he nearly did. Would have been quite something. Change of angle for Curran now, around the wicket, goes short to start. Many times it's been physios, and in the 94-95 England tour to Australia, I wrote an article for your magazine about it many years ago, the Golden Summers column, and one of the bits that stood out in my memory was when England were going so badly that when the physio went out to field, he got injured as well in one of the tour games against one of the states.
That's excellent. I mean, you occasionally see Paul Collingwood in his whites, don't you?
Yeah, loves it.
Yeah,
loves it. There was a game quite recently where Australia, before the T20 World Cup, had George Bailey playing and a couple of others.
Yeah. I mean, you wonder if if Surrey have wrapped up the title by the last game of the season, would Alex Stewart consider getting his whites on for a
great shout,
a valedictory appearance?
Well, look, I'm available if selected. I'm happy to bowl as well. Like, never going to shy away from a trundle. Left alone. I mean, I know they don't typically pick a finger spinner at a front liner anyway, at the Oval, but just putting it out there. Happy to do a job. Yeah, there's been others. I think didn't Henry Blofeld, I feel like he did it in a prominent game at some stage when he was broadcasting and dragged onto field.
Yeah. I suppose the chance that less likely now because you always have such a bumper touring team of commentators.
Yes.
So you can go and fetch Stuart Broad or whoever.
Well, it's actually the reverse of that happened. Oh, past the edge at pace. That's much quicker from Curran. You can just the balls where he, and again, ignore the radar in the side of the screen. The balls where he really seems to bend his back are darting through at some velocity. The reverse happened in 1984 when England were touring India, and it was the Test match special box that had the gastro bug go through it, and Peter Baxter was running the show at Test match special at the time, and he knocked on the door of the England dressing room and said, "Can I have anybody?" And Vic Marks was out of the 11, as was tended to be the case with Vic. That's his book title, isn't it? Marks out of 11. His autobiography. And Vic, as one of the touring members, went into the TMS box at an entire day of commentary as a member of the touring squad.
Yeah.
And that's the story of how Vic Marks got his start on TMS some 40 years ago.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And it was, and I think Selv was the same day. Selv was writing for The Guardian, and he got dragged in as well because they were so light on with people getting so crook. And of course, both of them went on to be, well, Vic did this week, and Selv for a long time as well, working on that wonderful broadcast. That's the end of the over, and I think that's my moment to jump out. Yas Rana's going to replace me. A half an hour of play where 17 runs have been added after the wicket. Venkatesh Iyer, who was caught behind for 15 from the bowling of Clark, and where Matty Hurst made his way to a half century as well. Lancs still need 105 runs to make Surrey bat a second time. Surrey still have 60 overs left in this match to claim full points. Ben Gardner will stay with you.
Yeah, this day's just ticking along across the country, really. We kind of thought we might have had a terrific finish in prospect here, but Lancashire have sort of faded a little bit, and the potential machinations down at Southampton yet to transpire. And Warwickshire and Somerset, well, it's raining there, and Somerset need all the time they can get. How you doing, Yas?
Yeah, good. That Somerset victory looks increasingly far-fetched at the moment. Even if you had a full day's play there, Somerset needing more than 5 runs and over for a very long time to get the win. So at best, really, you're thinking Somerset draw that game. Essex and Hampshire, that's a long way from a result. Needing probably 2 declarations in the next hour to get anywhere close to one.
I think Somerset will have a go. I mean, they've got the batters to do it. They've got Kohler Cadmore, Tom Banton, Tom Abel. Obviously, can score quickly when he needs to.
Well, given how Division 1's shaping up at the moment, there's not much to really risk. Surrey's lead is, from the point of view of the chasing pack, is in danger of getting to insurmountable territory. That lead could easily be between 35 and 40 points with 4 rounds to go. Another factor that we've not really talked about that much on the broadcast this week is that the next 2 rounds of games are 2 Kookaburra rounds. We saw earlier on in the season as well that there weren't too many wins with the Kookaburra ball for several reasons. Sides find it harder to take 20 wickets with the Kookaburra compared to the Dukes. That's a beauty from Clark. But for the second time in this game, I've really enjoyed watching young Hurst bat 100 runs in the game now, 46 in the first innings, 54 not out here. I feel like one of the stories of the summer has been this new generation of young batters coming through, and Hurst is one of the most exciting players in that group, just 20 years old.
Yeah, and he seems especially determined in this innings, given how the first innings ended, when he got a life when he didn't deserve one, really, given the shot that he played. But then still fell not long after that, whereas now he looks pretty determined to make the most of, what is an afternoon batting on what's still a pretty good pitch. Few clouds around, but oval bathed in sunlight.
Yeah, sorry, still of course massive favourites, but Hurst scores naturally at quite a quick rate, so you think that if he's here for another hour or so, we know that Tom Hartley is a more than capable number 8. That Surrey lead will go down quite quickly, and as you say, conditions pretty good for batting. It's day 4, but I don't think it's a day 4 pitch really. Just a handful of overs bowled yesterday and driven firmly through cover point. Lovely shot from Tom Hartley. India found him difficult to dislodge on that tour earlier this year. Several crucial cameos down the order for England. In at 8 for Lancashire today. That's his second boundary. Averages 25 with the bat in first-class cricket.
It's uncomplicated. He almost reminds me slightly of a young Stuart Broad with the bat. And that front foot doesn't need to get too close to the ball, but there's a kind of a free swing of the arms. See, both tall men. You know, there was a stage when England were thinking that Stuart Broad can become a genuine all-rounder. Didn't quite work out that way. But you know, no reason why Tom Hartley can't be that for Lancashire at least. Who knows? Could he eye up a place in the top 6 as well as bowling his left arm spin?
Curran to continue. It's been a tidy return to first-class cricket for Sam Curran with the ball. Hard to get away in both innings. Under 2 and over here. 2.1 runs and over in the first innings. And something we've talked about throughout the match, that it can be quite difficult to keep a lid on run scoring given how short the gas holder side of the ground is. You've got to be really tight with your control of line. And even here, Curran bowling to quite an interesting field. Enormous gap. Ooh. Throw back to the keeper Ben Folkes, causing him a bit of discomfort. We're going to see a replay of what happened to Ben Folkes. So defended back to Sam Curran. Curran throws it to Folkes, and he's not watching at all. Hits him in the midriff. But yeah, that field, huge gap. Square in the offside. There's one man in front of square in the offside. Rory Burns at mid-off. 2 slips, leg slip, deep square leg, long leg, and a catching mid-wicket. So encouraging Curran to bowl pretty straight.
That is a great moment. I mean, you can see the umpire put his hand over his face, try not to laugh. I think Sam Curran also doesn't want to laugh because he's the one who's caused the injury, but it is pretty funny. It's obviously not Curran's fault. It's almost as if the Surrey fielders are trying to do it to each other. There was a couple of overs before Ben Folkes took a sort of tumbling take, and then as he rolled, threw the ball to Sibley at second slip, which had him ducking for cover. You've got to keep yourself entertained somehow out there. But yeah, it's a really kind of a tricky field to bowl to, really, isn't it? Because that boundary is short, you've got to be straight. But if you're too straight, it's going to go for 4. There's not, either side of the field. There's no chance of hauling it in.
Slightly more conventional field to the left-handed Hartley. 3 slips. Goes 2/3 slip, but all along the floor. Colin McCurr stationed at 3rd. Took a brilliant catch at leg slip in the first innings. Off Sam Curran's bowling.
Yeah, the same batter as well. So there, it worked once. Why couldn't it work again?
Yeah, I've liked Hurst. Very uncomplicated. Curran beats Hartley. Hartley coming forward. The ball whistles past his outside edge. Completes another very good over from Sam Curran. Just 1 run from it. Lancashire 143 for 6 after 50 overs. Still trailing by 97. Surrey very much on top. 4 wickets to go for the home side. And I think for the first time in the game, we're going to see spin for Surrey. It's a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Set the pace towards net zero. Drive your business forward with renewable energy. Will Jacks is the new man out in the middle. Phil Walker, the new man in the commentary box.
Watcher.
Will Jackson's the attack. Do you like it?
I don't dislike it. First sight of spin in Surrey's attack across the whole of the game, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been oddly quiet and quite straightforward, quite serene for these two since that wicket right on at the resumption of this afternoon session, and since then these two have looked relatively untroubled. The odd thick edge from Hartley perhaps, but I think Matthew Hurst has played beautifully really up to now. It's a very, very well ordered, uncomplicated player. I like what I'm seeing a lot here, and so yeah, change of pace, why not? Especially with the left-hander in as well.
Yeah, we saw how difficult it was for Lancashire once Rory Burns and Dom Sibley got through a testing new ball period. I think it's a good pitch, and once the ball loses its hardness, its shine early on, I think wicket taking is quite difficult. That's short from Jackson, that's cut away but straight to the man, protecting the offside boundary. Now Jacks will come around the wicket to the left-handed Hartley. Rory Burns just directing his fielders around. He's stationed at slip. There's a man under the lid at short leg. Jack's a similar type of off spinner, you'd say, to Dan Lawrence. Very different actions, but in terms of what they do, slightly slower through the air than your typical finger spinner at this level.
Yeah, he's obviously got that kind of height. He's quite a conventional off-break bowler. This is his first red ball bowl of the year.
Half an appeal. Hartley looking to work that through the leg side against the spin.
He picked up 10 wickets last year, 17 the year before. And of course, in between those two summers, went to Pakistan with England's Test squad, picked up a 6 on debut. They were the only wickets that he took in that series. But still demonstrated what he was about. Accurate bowler, used a lot of course in white ball cricket. Good option to have.
Yeah, it's a good start, just 1 run from his first over. Drew 1 full shot from Hartley in that first set. Lancashire now 144 for 6 after 51. They're back on at Edgbaston, Somerset, 18 without loss, chasing 369. They'll have to go Sumter.
Yeah. How many overs left in that one? Minimum of 55 still remaining, and so yeah, you're going to have to go at basically a run and a bit of ball. That's a big ask.
Yeah, basically 6.5 and over for Somerset.
It's where how the points have been divided up puts a lot more emphasis behind the draw these days. 8 points for a draw this year, 5 points in previous summers, and so it's not quite do or die for these teams that are in and around, well, trying to hold on to Surrey as best they can, and of course in and around the relegation zone. In previous years you'd have imagined that Somerset would have a dart come what may, but 8 points plus bonus points, not a bad haul from a game these days.
Yeah, and Somerset in a slightly different position to Hampshire and Essex. Somerset slightly closer to Surrey before this round of fixtures, but also they play Surrey in a couple of rounds' time as well, so they'll be thinking, you know, if we keep close-ish to Surrey, they can take a sizable chunk out of their lead in that one game where they play each other. Surrey, of course, play Essex at Chelmsford in the final round of games. But Surrey, given where they are in the table now, will be hoping to wrap things up before they get to Chelmsford.
So yeah, 2 men now on the drive on the onside, encouraging that angle of Sam Curran now going left arm round, trying to induce, if you like, the false flick, possibly a leading edge into the onside, just to get in the eye line as well of Matthew Hurst. Always think of this as the Wasim Akram angle. Left arm round, straightening up.
Pull just past McCurr at leg slip, and that flies away to the fine leg boundary. It's another boundary for Hurst. Moves into the 60s.
Yeah, excellent again. He's been very, very good on that shot. His triggers are minimal, but they get him into line nicely, so his head is on off stump, and so anything in and around the hip, the chest area, he's able to swivel on it and keep the ball down as well. His hands come from up and then down onto the ball, so very little danger of a top edge.
Helps out around the corner once more. What is it that you like about Hurst? You said that
he's uncomplicated.
Yeah.
And
but for a young player, what is it in young players are you looking for really? What separates, someone who's struggling to make their way and someone who you think early on this is someone who's going to have a very long and fruitful career?
Well, I think the context of Matthew Hurst is that he's already making his way in white ball cricket, and so he's already demonstrated that he has a power game. Those 2 half centuries he made for the originals were statement knocks. And if you can combine that attacking flair, which he's already demonstrated, with the orthodoxies that we've seen across this game, his judgment outside off stump has been sound. He looks like he has a bit of time as well, that he's not been unduly bothered by any of the quicks. If you compare that, say, to George Balderson, who's a bit out of form this summer, he played well last year, just finding himself out of rhythm a little, and he's been discomforted by the short stuff across both of his innings, especially in the first dig. And Surrey went to that ploy today straight away against him. With Hurst, they've tried it, and he's been entirely comfortable. And I think any player who can play the short ball on a pitch with a bit of nit against some quicks here. Jordan Clark is sharp. Conor McCurr is sharp. Test match sharp.
Yeah, he was touching high 80s.
Yeah,
on today.
Yeah, and they bowl heavy balls as well. It comes from a big height, and he's not much. He's quite a small, diminutive player, is Hurst, but he looks in complete control against the quicks and against the short stuff, to the extent that they've abandoned trying it against him. And that, combined with his judgment against Worrall early on, he rocks onto the front foot to play quietly under his eyes. Look, anything can happen from here on in. He's on 64 now. He's made 1 first-class 100. He's still just tiptoeing through his first-class career at this juncture. But if you were to compile a highlights reel,
Hartley goes big. That's gone 10-15 rows back towards a shorter boundary. Jacks gave it some air. And it's a shot that Rory Burns played a couple of times in his double century.
Yeah, it's a cracker. He does have that in his locker. We saw that when he was giving it a bit of wahoo for England in the winter as well in India. He hits a clean ball, does Hartley. You're in the game in the bleachers there, by the way, at straight mid-wicket. Short boundary. Jack's encouraging the big shot by tossing it up.
Yeah, this partnership now worth 40 runs in just over 12 overs together at the crease. Lancashire 158 for 6 after 53. Phil, we were saying earlier in the day, how did Lancashire get out of this game? And we both said that actually they need to be quite positive. It's not just about minimum remaining overs left today, 55 overs to come today. It's how much they trail by. For them to survive in this game, they need to get ahead of where Surrey are at. We have another change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game, implement a winning sustainability strategy. Colin McCurr into the attack. He bowled sharply before lunch, probably the sharpest spell of the game. He'll start with 2 slips in play. And he strikes with his first ball. Full, slightly leg side, and Hurst can't believe what he's done. It takes himself a few seconds to finally walk off. It was a loosener in truth from McCurr. That probably wasn't plan A. And Hurst has just flicked an innocuous leg stump half volley straight to mid-wicket. Surrey have their 7th. Phil Walker crestfallen by my side.
And bemused, really. I thought it may have been some kind of leading edge, but I don't think it is. It's just a slight misjudgment. I think he gets it off the toe of his bat, really. Yeah, it is. It's off the toe. It's, as you say, an innocuous delivery. He's been in complete control of his game and his mind. Really stepped up across that innings, but it only takes one tiny misjudgment. That is why this game is so brutal. And as you can see there, right off the toe, he got in position to play the shot, looking to effectively drive it through straight mid-wicket with a straight bat. Just kept maybe just an inch low, no more than that, to take the toe of the bat. And then you spoon an easy catch to mid-wicket. This game.
Yeah, McCurr's not done a lot of bowling in this game. This just his 12th over of the match, but he's been a real threat. That's his 3rd wicket. That extra pace does cause different questions, different problems for the Lancashire batters. And you know, 2 men back on the leg side. Hurst was probably anticipating another short ball barrage, but it's the leg stump half volley that does the trick. Tom Aspinwall, the new man. That has only just missed off stump.
It's a good leave. Although I'm not sure he knew too much about it.
Seriously good delivery from McCurr.
He's bowled well in patches in this game, actually. He's always a wicket threat.
Yeah.
He's had his injury problems here over the years for Surrey, but when he's fit, he's a very strong, intimidating, old school style quick.
I think he works really well when the attack is configured like this, and he can be a guy who only bowls short and sharp spells. And we've got speed gun, as we have done all season. I don't think there'll be many spells by Surrey bowlers that would have been as quick as his spell just before the lunch break. Consistently between 85 and 89 miles per hour. And that first ball to Aspinwall really seaming in sharply. Left alone again.
He knew a lot more about that one. That was fine.
It's a massive blow that for Lancashire. I think if they were going to build any sort of meaningful lead over Surrey, you'd expect that Hurst had to do the bulk of the work.
Yeah, it's felt like a futile effort, in truth, for Lancashire. As soon as they lost those 2 early wickets this morning, the big one, Keaton Jennings, going down, because he did have the game to bat long and to frustrate Surrey. But when he went early on to a Worrall special, really arcing back miles from outside off stump to uproot his off pole, and then Rocky Flintoff going immediately afterwards, there was that feeling of inevitability about this. And so you reach for crumbs of comfort as a Lancashire fan. You look for these kernels of optimism and hope, and they've definitely found one in Matthew Hurst. 2 fine innings across the course of this game. 46 and 64 against the best attack in the country.
We were talking a few moments ago about how the conditions are still pretty good for batting. And something that Surrey have that Lancashire don't really have, and not many teams have, is that their bowlers complement each other so well that when things are going a bit flat, they can call upon their fifth seamer, a guy who bowls 88 miles per hour consistently. Very, very few teams have attacks that complement each other that well.
Yeah, so they've posted the man now far back at long on for Jacks to try and tempt Hartley as he did in the previous over, and Hartley was good for it. There
Uses his feet again, but along the ground this time to long on. Majid on as a substitute fielder. Change in field for Aspinwall, who's yet to get off the mark. Mid-on and mid-off. Up, mid-on. Hanging a little bit. The only man out. Sam Curran at deep mid-wicket. Yeah, and also McCurr's only bowled 5 overs in this innings. Tom Laws, who's been so dangerous for Surrey for a couple of years now, just 6 in the second innings. Tidy start this from Jacks. But defended well by Aspinwall. Just 1 run from that over. Lancashire 159 for 7, trailing by 81. A reminder that Surrey are just 3 wickets away from what could be a hugely significant win as we approach the end of the season. Just 4 rounds of games after this one. Surrey came into this round with a healthy lead already, 23 points ahead of Somerset in second place, but given how things are going here and at Edgbaston and the Utility Bowl,
just on that, 36 for no loss in the 7th, Somerset, and as we said earlier, they have the firepower to give this one a run. It's still a long shot, but we've seen that kind of target chased down increasingly in county cricket in recent years. They need 3-3-2 from now. Still 3-3-2 to win, but with all 10 in hand, and a very strong middle order of Tom Abel, Tom Banton, James Rue,
Lammonby,
Casey Aldridge, Tom Lammonby in form as well, resurgent Tom Lammonby. So yeah, while Surrey are on the cusp of their 7th win of the year here, Somerset are still scrapping in that one.
91.2 miles per hour from Conor McCurr, bowling with real heat.
Yeah, he's a natural fast bowler, perfect physique for it. Hits the pitch hard.
McCurr playing in his first county championship game for Surrey this season.
But he picked up a 5 for Yorkshire. Is that right? I think he did. He had a short loan spell earlier in the year just to get some miles in the legs, and picked up a 5 in a win for Yorks. As you frantically check the internet to see that I'm not throwing you a fast one. You've worked with me long enough to know not to trust anything I say. Yes, I like it.
5 wickets in the match.
5 wickets in the match, near enough.
Well, that is very high and called no ball. Yeah, it's an interesting time of the season for Surrey because they've got this healthy lead at the top of the table, but given that you have the England red ball and white ball teams playing so close together in time, their availability is probably going to be at its weakest as we go into the final stretch of the campaign.
Yeah.
So squad players like Conor McCurr, who have been peripheral members of the county championship outfit so far, are likely to play really important roles. And it's no accident that Surrey have a squad prepared for these eventualities. They know at the start of the season what availabilities are likely to be, roughly speaking, at various points in the season.
Yeah, well, they are not just the deepest and most versatile squad, but they are perhaps the most intelligently compiled squad out there as well. Really canny. The recruitment, the conveyor belt of local talent is almost legendary these days. But to keep the likes of, say, Ryan Patel fully invested in the project despite having to spend sustained periods out of the first team, and then when he does come in, he's played, for my money, the most important hinge point innings of the summer for Surrey in that big game against Essex where it was nip and tuck until he came out, I think at number 7 in that game, and smashed a quick 100 to take the game away from the visitors, and that's what Surrey have built here.
Hartley defends. It completes another hostile over from Conor McCurr. Lancashire 161 for 7, still trailing by 79. Surrey 3 wickets away. I'm going to make way. Adam Collins will return.
Hello, Phil.
Hiya, mate.
We don't get a chance to do this very often together. Often we're doing the same role, so I'll enjoy this brief window we have together. It hurt me when Hurst fell.
Yeah, same here. But they've found one. Look,
for sure.
You take what you can get from a game such as this.
Yep.
A team trying a few things on its uppers. 3 debutants, 2 homegrown, and a 20-year-old in Hurst who's come in a whirlwind really in both innings and played beautifully, I think. You weren't here on day 1, Adam, but he was equally as unflustered and as orderly as we saw today. He's a good young player with a versatile game as well, as we saw in the 100.
Yep, a couple of decent scores in the 100 ball tournament through July and August. It's quite convenient that the ECB released the schedules for as a birds on the middle of the pitch and kindly waved away by Tom Hartley. I doubt he would do the bird any damage. Hartley feels like the kind of guy who would pick the bird up and caress him to the boundary if needs be. Backward point it goes, doesn't quite carry. That would have been, well, it would have been added to the list of dismissals that haven't been especially pretty today, and there are a whole host of those. But yeah, like we've got the schedule for England more than a year in advance. Couldn't tell you when Australia are playing Sri Lanka in January, which I suppose is still a few months away, but you know, we had a World Cup that was played in India last November. We didn't know the dates for until deep into September from memory, or at least the finalised dates. But in this part of the world, another inside edge. We have some certainty. We know where we will be, or where we won't be. More to the point, in some of the fixtures. Zimbabwe rocking up, which is great.
Tell me about Perth first Test match.
Yeah, that's the other side of it.
So why?
Yeah, this is it's become almost like bidding for events, Australian cricket these days. So
it feels cosmically wrong to me, by the way. I just want to say, I know that this isn't the first time in the Ashes. You know, they have played around with it. It's not always been that Perth is the 3rd. Sometimes Perth has been the 5th, and so on and so on. But to not begin at Brisbane just seems peculiar to me.
Well, they made that mistake in
2020-21 when India were in town. They played the 4th test at the Gabba. That was a COVID-y thing.
Right.
But nevertheless, there was a sense that we will never allow Brisbane to lose. The challenge they've got is no one really knows where Test cricket will be played in Brisbane in a few years' time.
Oh.
Because there's the complication of the Olympic Games in 2032. And to say there is no consensus on how they're going to deal with the stadia for that global event is to put it mildly. Alan Border made a timely contribution last week saying that, hang on a minute, what are we actually doing here with the suggestions that the Olympic Stadium will be the venue they use for the 82 Commonwealth Games?
Right.
I mean, which is clearly not the go. A much smaller stadium as well. Instead of the Gabba, the reason they can't use the Gabba, boring as it is, they can't go much higher there. As you know, having been to Brisbane, with the way that on Stanley Street and Vulture Street, you can't. You'd need to put supports in to put it any higher.
I see.
And there's houses either side and a primary school.
Gotcha.
So that's not getting any bigger than it is. So that makes it very difficult to make the Gabba the Olympic Stadium or the track and field. Cuts that wide of Sudharsan, one on offer for Aspinwall. But yeah, so there's any number of conversations about where the stadium might be and whether it could be a multi-purpose venue, which would make sense. That it would host the AFL, it would host the Test match cricket or the big cricket, and it would host the Olympic Games, and it might be a 60,000 seater and everyone's a winner. But there are, of course, there's a scarcity of money, isn't there, because of the times we live in, and neither level of government, be it at state level with Queensland or federally in Canberra, are willing to fund a stadium or the cost of a full stadium, which is why they're talking about.
Gotcha.
And that's a long way of saying there's so little certainty around Brisbane that it's lost its spot, basically in the pecking order, is how I describe it.
And so we're all over to the Optus.
Yes, and it's nicely played for a couple for Hartley, moving him into the 20s from his 48th ball. So what they've done is Perth have badged themselves the West Test. Not sure if that really works, but anyway, because, you know, they're in the West, you see.
Is that the new way that it's been badged up? Is it?
They did it last year as well, and I think we had 4,000 people there when Nathan Lyon took his 500th Test wicket. It was not well attended at all.
No, right.
That they do struggle to get people to Test cricket in Perth. I don't know why, but it's just a thing, right? They won't win England there. I'm sure they'll get a great crowd for the Ashes next year. And the other interesting one here is that they're giving Adelaide the 3rd test for the next 7 years, and they're calling that the Christmas Test.
Okay.
Never heard anything called the Christmas Test before.
No.
That's new jargon. Good spin from the CA marketing department. And Brisbane will slot in as number 2 for now.
Okay.
But only for 2 years. I guess they're reserving the right to not play a test there for the years that follow who knows what's going to happen to the Gabba after 2 years.
Right, wow.
So there's a heap of flexibility being built in here. And then Melbourne and Sydney will be where Melbourne and Sydney always are, Christmas and, Boxing Day and New Year, which we're fairly conditioned to now. That Perth tried to make a bid for the, I say tried to make a bid for, there was some chat that Perth might have a dart at the Boxing Day Test. That too would feel cosmically wrong. Well, it's a bit like me saying, I'm pretty keen to bat first drop for Australia, right? I'd love it to happen, but let's deal in the land of the realistic here. Yes, the sensible things of, but yeah, even Australia going out 7 years with their schedules. Sam Perry wrote a really good piece about this for the Substack through the Grade Cricketer and Cricket et al. Nice shot for one, just clipping into the gap. They're not going to consider 2 to the short rope. But it will mean that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runs have been taken from the over. 50 left on the day. 71 runs left to make Surrey bat a second time, which I suppose if these two bat for another hour or two might become realistic. 169 for 7 the score.
We just on that, we've spent the day trying to orchestrate a narrative around how Lancashire can repel, rebuild, and perhaps discomfort Surrey towards the end of this day. And every time we do, they lose a wicket.
Yeah.
Every single time. The Matthew Hurst wicket felt like the death knell. He played so beautifully, and it was such an innocuous ball with which to get out to. I don't think you weren't on at the time. I'm not sure if you caught it. It was just.
He is beating both edges at the moment, Jax. Twice in the previous over he went past the outside edge. I'm not sure if that's just natural variation, hitting the shiny side, or whether it's actually trying to go on with the arm. But if it is,
nicely bowled.
The fact that he's got the one coming back the other way from round the wicket. Fraction shorter and placed out to deep third where Laws will do the tidying up. They get a single. But yeah, Sam's contention was that if you put a schedule out for 7 years, it does sort of make a bit of a point, and it's a price signal that from an Australian cricket perspective, Test cricket is being prioritised. It is going to live in the middle of the summer. Or by the middle of the summer, I mean the meaty bit when we expect it to be. End of November through to mid-January will equal Test cricket. Leaves loads of time for the Big Bash in January, the school holiday period.
And loads of time for Aussie rules as well, right?
It doesn't cut into that at all. It's done by the end of September. So it kind of works for now, and it has done for a quarter of a century, not playing much Test cricket into January. And look, there'll always be people who'll be upset about the Big Bash dominating January in the same way that no one will be satisfied. I don't think that the 100 eats up all of August over here. Well, I say nobody, but the vast majority of people will have some, will find that awkward in some way. But I suppose these things get blocked in, right? Once they're blocked in, it's hard to
unblock it.
There you go. Oh, that's the one that goes on as well. Good little spell this from Jax.
Yeah, he's bowled well.
Yeah, extra bounce as well, perhaps the top spinner. We saw him do a job for a couple of seasons where he would be the sole spinner for Surrey. This year, Lawrence playing that role. Finishes with a similar delivery, but Hartley knocks it on the head.
Yeah, you're right. He emerged at the start of Surrey's, if you like, still evolving era of dominance, and he emerged as that containing spinner in a seam-heavy attack. It was Gareth Batty's first year as head coach here, and despite Batty's heritage as an off-spin bowler, he recognised that Jax, who is a batting all-rounder perhaps by definition or by trade, could still do a very, very useful job in the context of a seam-heavy attack, and it paid off beautifully in 2022. Picked up just 17 wickets, but went at a low economy rate.
Oh, full toss. Oh dear. Oh dear. It rather sums up the kind of day that Lancashire have had, really. Their wickets have not been pretty throughout. Aspinwall adds to that list. It gets McCurr in the book for a second time. And Surrey are only 2 wickets away from getting a win that will put them well ahead in Division 1, Phil Walker.
As you say, look, if you want a perfectly bleak vignette of their week here in South London, then I'm afraid that is right there for you. And it has echoes of how Hurst went as well. It was not much of a delivery by Conor McCurr. It's just chipped to mid-on, just as Hurst chipped to mid-wicket. And I'm afraid it's been a chastening 2.5-3 days in the field here for Lancs. Yeah, and Conor McCurr acknowledges the slightly slapstick nature of that dismissal.
Well, he's got 2 for not many. There'll be days when he'll bowl so much better than this and beat the edge 100 times, and all the rest he'll end up with, none for 42 from 27 overs and those kind of analyses. But today, it's 2 for him. And yes, both balls that wouldn't ordinarily be picking up wickets. He's got 2 for 23 in his 8th over. And a chance to turn it into a 4 for if he can clean up the tail. So, yes, 3 for Worrall, 3 for Clark, 2 for McCurr, and they'll all be queuing up to get on now. Hey, Skip, give us the ball. I don't think we've seen Worrall since lunch, have we? He'll be next up, surely.
You'd think so. Took 3 for this morning. God, he was so good. So good this morning.
Yeah, he was. He got the ball rolling with 2 in 2. That delivery to Jennings was a homing missile. It's terrifying from a left-hander's perspective, seeing that crash into his off stump. Then getting Flintoff first ball. Boyden on debut. Bump straight away. But there were moments with Boyden with the ball that were quite promising. I know, again, we're reaching around a little bit here to try and find positives for Lancs, but the shape he got, the pace he bowled at, bowled some long spells as well, like didn't sort of drop his bundle.
Well, again, on debut, just as with Flintoff, but you also have Aspinwall, who's 20, Hurst, who's 20. This is a very, very young, raw, inexperienced side, and I think Lancs are accepting that this is the transition that they have to go through now. But yeah, there was some nice shape. As you can see, he's how can I put this delicately? He's not yet grown into his body, right? You know, you can see that he is a young lad, sharing a field with gnarly, seasoned pros, and you could see that with the ball. But he's got a tidy action, definitely gets some movement, and he will build on what we've seen here. He'll get a bit quicker, he'll get stronger.
Oh, he's castled. That's comprehensive. A cartwheeling off stump. A 3-ball duck. 2 in the over for McCurr. And Surrey now 1 away from winning this with a session and a bit to spare, Phil Walker.
Yeah, well, look, it's a beauty. I dare say it will bowl better left-handers than Lancashire's number 10 on debut. That's a beauty, but he does have that ability, does Conor McCurr. He bowls wicket-taking balls. He's fast, he's snarly. He gets up in your business. He's that kind of quick. Got a very good strong action, you can see that. He's a handful. And he's deserved that. Taken 5 wickets now, I think, across the course of the game. And a brilliant catch, by the way, on the first morning, or first afternoon, that got rid of Matthew Hurst when he was on 46, and that really did tilt that first day towards Surrey emphatically, and not look back.
Yeah, watching that replay from several angles, which we're privileged to do here at the Kia Oval with our live stream, and each one's better than the one that came before it. You're right, angles in, decks away, at pace. You can see he really grunted that one out, bent the back, wanted to bowl at high pace, and hit the top of off to get that cartwheel effect with it. That's an absolute beauty. And in comes Will Williams, who made a golden duck the first time around. So he's on the king pair.
Yeah.
And McCurr has the chance to maybe finish this with 3 and an over.
Yeah, this has been humbling in truth. It's hard for any visiting team coming here. It's the old Mike Tyson line. You can prepare all you like to, you get smashed in the face. And this is what Surrey do to you.
And you know what? I feel like this is a bit of a, ongoing theme of our conversations around Surrey home games this year. Lancs did have a moment or two. Now, when they took a couple of quick wickets on morning 2, they did kind of open up the game for themselves. But Surrey closed it just as quickly. Off the king pair. Off the pair as well. I mean, objectively, if you've got 2 wickets in the first 20 minutes, I think it was 3 in the first 45, wasn't it, on morning 2, and you've got a score with a 2 in front of it, you're in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But you need to make sure that, it's not just... I think they might have taken even 4 in the first session. I think Ben Folkes... No, yeah, did Folkes come in at 6? Either way, whatever it was, there was a window. And we saw it with Warwickshire when they were here earlier in the season. Absolutely, when Somerset were here. That...
You saw it with Essex as well.
Worcester, when they had them 15 for 4 on morning 1.
Yeah.
Essex, absolutely. It's just that Surrey find a way at that juncture. Sneaks underneath the bat. 2 wickets in the over for McCurr, 171 for 9. That's the bit when they find the extra gear. That's when their depth kicks in as well, especially with the bat.
Yeah, and you're bang on. The key session in this game was the final hour and a half on day 1, I felt, because it was a tough time to bat across the course of that first day. Lancs crawled up to 204. At one point it was looking even worse than that, but the tail wagged not too badly. They got up to 204, and then for Sibley and Burns it was just a cruise. It was a cakewalk in the evening. The dank evening gloaming, really. It wasn't sunshine by any means, but they were utterly unflustered, and the sense of Lancashire's impotence as a pace attack was very evident, and they were so flat when they walked off. You're right, morning of day 2, they roused themselves. They took 3 relatively quick wickets.
Oh, Jackson nearly finishes it with the first ball of his
But yeah, Surrey finished off 82 for no loss, I think, at the end of day 1, and the game was almost done in truth, and there was that sense of inevitability that Lancashire's fielders were showing by the way that they dragged themselves off on day one. And it's been the story ever since.
So Surrey collected 7 of the available batting and bowling points. They won't get the full 24, but one short of that with one more wicket here.
Right, we've got 4 deliveries of my stint left. Nathan Johns, who's had a very good week, by the way, I have to say.
Has been good, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Good addition to the
Very
Surrey
much
live
so.
stream.
Very much so.
Talk about depth. When we started this, was it you, me and Daniel a couple of years ago, Phil? Now we've got about 15 of us floating around at different points doing the stream.
It began as Waiting for Godot, and now it's, I don't know, Chicago or something. Anyway, I've got 3 deliveries to see this game off.
Of course, we're back here on the Surrey live stream for the Durham game, which comes up.
And I tell you, that could be the one.
It could. 17 to 20 September, the dates of that. That's a Tuesday through Friday fixture. A bit flatter there from Jack's. Worked around the corner. If things break their way, I mean, it's not too much of a stretch to think they could even have it done before then. It would
No, sure.
If results were to...
Yep. Keen eye on the Somerset game today.
Yeah.
This afternoon. They started briskly. Let's have a quick update on that.
I'm also going to check the game I've been watching all day, which was like perfectly positioned for fun, but unfortunately Hampshire don't like fun, and they're still batting.
I'm not sure there's much love lost between those two particular teams. I don't think either were in a particularly generous mood this morning. Anyway, I am done. 57 for 1 Somerset, but going at 5.5s.
There a chance?
Yeah, very much so. Tom Kohler-Cadman on the man to go with Tom Lammonby, who's in form, just joining Andy Umeed, and they've got a good middle order. So anyway, thank you, Adam, for the week.
Thank you, Phil.
Nathan, bring it home.
Excellent. Phil Walker, editor of Wisden Cricket Monthly, to read all of his excellent work that you will get, unsurprisingly, given the name of the magazine, on a monthly basis. Nathan Johns, freelance journo. I'm going to start calling you freelance broadcaster based on that rap Phil and I have given you.
Yeah, very kind.
2 slips gully, short leg. McCurr with a head of steam. Can he finish it?
Chatting downstairs to some colleagues. About half an hour ago, I was looking forward to a nice, leisurely, potentially 40-minute stint up until tea. A couple of full tosses we get plinked later, and all of a sudden it looks like I was in danger of not getting back on.
Yeah, we've been playing this game all day, haven't we? Really, what time will the match end? I just thought like the pin got pulled out of the whole thing when Hartley was batting with Hurst. They batted so nicely together. It was completely against the flow of play when that wicket fell. Hurst was caught on the onside. Because at that juncture, I thought, well, I can see a world where these two are batting in an hour. And if they're batting in an hour, well, maybe they're near enough to parity. And if they're near enough to parity, then, well, maybe they can make it difficult for Surrey. But anyway, it's a moot point now because McCurr went bang, bang, bang. 2 catches on the onside and then knocking the off stump out of the ground of Boyden. 3-ball duck.
Yeah, amazing. A bloke who's touched 88 today. And you can barely get a game.
Yeah. That is noteworthy, isn't it? The depth that Surrey enjoy, that they've had so many different players play a part across the 3 years. When we're not talking about a side that wins the championship, I mean, this is an exaggeration, but by using 16 players or something like that, they use their bench depth. They need to because of England, of course, and losing players so routinely to higher honours, but rotating the quicks earlier in the season, they've got the flexibility and the resources for that kind of thing.
When you've got your depth bowler, somebody who, like we said, has touched the upper 80s, when you're bowling that quick, you just do get guys plinking full tosses. It's just you do get that extra bit of luck, don't you? Especially when dismissals like Matty Hurst, he's set. He's in what was he in the 60s? He's looking really good. He's normally quite an aggressive player, but he's batting within himself, and he still looks very comfortable. And yet he's set, and you just get that full and straight one that's fast, and you plink it straight to mid wicket.
Here's the short one. to be expected at the 11. It's been signalled a no ball, just not low enough, I suppose. So 2 runs added to the tally.
Yeah, a couple of times he's done that today. McCurr, gone head high. I think it can go under the radar here, but I think we can't underestimate the role of Will Jacks.
Yeah.
I think when you've got that spinner building pressure at the other end, sometimes when you do try and release a bit of pressure, not that all the dismissals were that today, but again, with pressure at both ends, it's easier to miss full tosses.
Yeah, there have been some bad ones. If you go through the card, I mean, Wells and Jennings both get beauties from Clark and Worrall respectively. I know that Jennings left his alone, but that hooped a mile. It wasn't incorrect for him to be looking to shoulder arms on the basis of where he could have realistically anticipated the ball to have gone. Bohannon gets a gem as well from Clark. So the top 3, fine, but from there, Flintoff playing it nervously at his first ball, which he didn't need to, but I would credit Worrall with that more than anything else, because he makes you play down that line, because he does have that variety. Oh, short leg opportunity. That's a blinder to finish it. Outstanding. Having the short leg under the lid for the extra pace that we speak of. McCurr collects a 4th wicket. Surrey have won this game comfortably. Ryan Patel under the lid there. Hartley out for 22. McCurr will finish with 4 for 27. The visitors all out 177, which will mean the margin of victory is some 62 runs. And what a catch from Patel to put a full stop on a clinical week from the home side, Nathan Johns.
Brilliant. We talk about the extra bit of luck you get as a pacer. That's not luck, that's just a true fast bowler's wicket. Stick it into his ribs, see what the bowler does with it. Prods it up straight to short leg. Classic. Bowling at the tail, bowlers with the bats. That's what they do. They fend short ones to short leg.
So 177 all out. Lancashire started the day at 26 for 1. And viewed through that prism, 151 runs for 9 wickets today. With Surrey's quicks off the top, it was always going to be Dan Worrall. It always is Dan Worrall, who made life so difficult early on. 2 wickets when the score was on 33. Didn't even get a bowl after lunch. Worrall 3 for 34. His final analysis, staying top of the pops in Division 1 for wickets. Jordan Clark 3 for 43. Wickets either side of lunch. Connor McCurr 4 for 27, making the very most of his opportunity, getting a bowl from the pavilion end and building up a real head of steam. And for Lancashire, top score was Hurst with 64, but once he fell, there was a sense of inevitability about this finishing in the penultimate session. Bowled out in 62 overs. Rory Burns leads his charges off. Surrey add 23 championship points to their tally. And depending on how results play out around the country over the next few hours, Nathan, they might be up to 40 points in the lead with 4 rounds to go.
Yeah, Surrey have done what they had to do. Win, and win convincingly. You mentioned Burns leading his charges off there. A word for him. Career best first class score, 227. Mammoth innings from him, and it underpinned this. Another dominant Surrey victory at the Oval.
So Josh Bohannon, 29 there, batting at 3. But yeah, once he was gone this morning, along with Keaton Jennings, so much relied on that pair. But they were out inside the first hour of play. In between that, Rocky Flintoff out first ball as well. So they were well and truly on the back foot at 66 for 4 and then 82 for 5 when Balderson got out in not flattering circumstances, fending a catch to second slip. Venkatesh Iyer made it 118 for 6 when he was out second ball after the lunch break, remembering they needed to make it 240 to make Surrey bat a second time. Hurst and Hartley batted really well together until Hurst knocked a ball out into the onside. It wasn't really there. Well, it was there to be hit, but not to be nursed the way that it quite was. 157 for 8 it became. Sorry, my apologies. 158 for 7 when he was out for 64. Well made 64. And then Tom Aspinwall did almost exactly the same thing, placing McCurr to Laws for 6. Josh Boyden on debut got an absolute beauty later in the same over, bowled by McCurr for a duck. And they added 7 runs for the final wicket before Tom Hartley was caught at short leg, a one-handed screamer. from Ryan Patel to give McKerr his 4th wicket in the spell. So 9 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 27. The best of the figures, Dan Worrall, 3 for 34. Jordan Clark, 3 for 43. An innings and 63 runs. I said 63 runs before. I forgot about the innings bit.
It's easy to forget.
That's rather important in all of this, that they won without having to bat a second time, Nathan. And that reinforces their dominance. 444 for 9 declared. That Burns double ton. And sure, there were moments in Surrey's innings that Phil and I were discussing just before when they lost 3 wickets in a bit of a hurry on day 2. There was a moment or two when they needed to dig in, but he was the man who was always going to have the ability to do precisely that. Batted for a long time, was able to go up and down the gears, make runs in partnerships as he did, especially with Ben Folkes, with whom he put on the better part of a couple of hundred. And from there, it was going to take something spectacular from Lancashire to save it, and they were nowhere near it.
Well, it's one of many differences between the sides, but you look at that scorecard. I think both teams' middle order at times actually made a decent fist of things, but Surrey just had that player who survived the new ball burst, who got through, and to say he went big would be an understatement. Whereas Lancashire just didn't have that solidity at the top of the order, and that's, as we said, that's more likely down to the skill of someone like a Worrall, and Lancashire didn't have that same threat with the new ball to throw it. Surrey's openers, and 227 runs later, Burns has won them the game.
So 204 all out for Lancashire, with Clark and Worrall, who finished with 7 and 6 wickets respectively in the match, doing the business there. Burns and Folkes with the bat for Surrey in reply, taking that big lead into the second half of the game, and too much scoreboard pressure for Lancashire, who were all out for 177. Surrey win by an innings and 63 runs. Make sure you follow all of the Surrey streams and feeds and all the rest of it through the course of the afternoon, just to see where things land. There'll be clipped up highlights of not only today's play but the 4 days, and there'll be the second cut video that comes out tomorrow as well, which is always a nice cinematic way of taking in 4 days here at the Kia Oval. Surrey go up to Nottingham next week. They play Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge, and they're back here for the penultimate game of the season between the 16th and 20th of September. That's a Tuesday to Friday fixture, Nathan, against Durham. And well, look, if they keep doing what they're doing, they may even have the thing won by then. But there's a decent chance they absolutely control their destiny, that's for sure. And they're well on their way to turning this into a three-peat. It'll be the first team to have won 3 in a row since the 60s, and they're giving themselves every opportunity with the clinical way they're playing the game.
Clinical way they're playing the game, way they're setting up their side. I mean, the selection of McKerr has ended up being a masterstroke. And look, they have the playing resources at their disposal to have the new ball thread up top, and then the bang it in fast bowler who blows away the tail. But when you've got those resources, you've got to use them, and they've used them brilliantly this week.
All right, well, we should start to wind things down. From the team behind the scenes, Jake and his crew of outstanding camera operators who get the best shots, not least the one of McKerr's catch on day 1 that was cut up beautifully for social media. Let's go through. I always miss someone, Nathan. Help me out here. We've had Phil Walker. We've had Cam Ponsonby. We've had Yas Rana. We've had Sonia Twig, who came in yesterday. We've had Ben Gardner, who I may have already mentioned before at the top of that list. I'm not quite sure.
No, you didn't mention Ben.
Didn't mention Ben Gardner. There'll be others. Of course, John Surtees, who
Katya was here as well.
Indeed, she was. Katya Whitney, who was with us on the first day. Dean Wilson, who was with us on day 2 as well. Hello, Dino. I think he's gone on holiday, Dino, so he probably isn't watching the Surrey live stream as it comes towards its natural conclusion at the end of a game. But thank you, Dean. He'll be back as well for the Durham game. John Surtees, who looks after all the behind-the-scenes stuff and is, as we called him the other day, the king of the Kia Oval live stream. He's been the man with the vision behind the scenes that gives us the ability to put on this show every time that Surrey play at home. As I say, they'll do again from the 16th of September. Thank you for your company throughout the course of the 4 days where Surrey have been victorious over Lancashire by an innings and 63 runs. Good afternoon from the Oval.